Red 2 standing by, all for lit and in the green. Welcome back to a brand new project. It's The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, a race against myself, just for curiosity's sake. I've completed regular A Link to the Past, which will be playing alongside this, from the very start of the game, all the way through to the end, beating every dungeon and getting all the main collection items. So the test will be, can I beat the randomizer faster, or will my run, which admittedly isn't necessarily optimal, I do take a bit of time on things, for which one's going to be faster basically. I thought it would be an interesting test, a bit of curiosity to try something new out. So, the actual race will be starting pretty much once the game starts and going through to the point where I enter the door to the Triforce after defeating Ganon. I have the time set for the main game, 3 hours, 45 minutes, 4 seconds. Let's see how well I do in this little competition. Also note that the palette swap option is on for the randomizer race, so it's a bit easier to work out which one's which. And also just because the palette randomizer looks fun. However, enemies have not been randomized for the sake of fairness. So we'll be facing standard bosses and standard enemies in their regular locations rather than having, say, Lionel sitting right outside my house. I've also got a few discussion topics along the way. Anyway, it is about time we got things started. Let's get the name going. And once again, I'm playing as Bronzor. The character I played as on my very first randomizer run. Now, the cutscenes might slow things down a bit, but then again, searching for other items also slows me down a bit with this, so we will see what happens. Without further ado, let's get rolling. Very nice blue house, with a blue little window and a blue Corvette? Maybe not. But red soil, green rocks, quite an interesting look for Hyrule as we start out. And of course, whoa, geez, that doesn't look like very healthy water. Really not very healthy. So, interesting note, for me anyway, I thought I'd start things off by discussing my journey through the Legend of Zelda series. Even though I've been around for a majority of the series, it's perhaps slightly embarrassing to note that I didn't play Ocarina of Time. Just some money. And I didn't play Ocarina of Time until the early 2000s. Around about 2003 specifically, because I got Ocarina of Time with the bonus disc that came with Wind Waker. Wind Waker was actually my first Zelda game. I sort of caught up on things from there, but I think Wind Waker was a very good starting point because you have those absolutely beautiful graphics. You've got some amazing dungeons, even if the game is a little on the short side. And it just has such a beautiful sense of character as far as I'm concerned. It's a really, really nicely done game. I love the sense of adventure about it all. And I really, really enjoy travelling around the area, going to a whole lot of different islands and just seeing what's there. The story is fairly linear, admittedly, but the fact that you can just sort of wander around and explore to your heart's content, that was something that made me exceptionally happy, and I think it was a very good foot on which to start playing the Zelda series. I do still recommend it because the gorgeous graphics and the really interesting characterization still holds up to this day. I think it has some of the best characterization in the series, especially for Ganondorf, but I'll get to that a bit later on. Quickly top up health. And we've got a key to Castle Tower, so we might be able to get something there later on. Interesting to note, I did another randomizer which I'm going to be uploading as well. It was sort of the failed project and involved a lot of descending into madness. But yeah, Wind Waker was a really, really good starting point. At least I feel, anyway. So I had that sense of adventure, we had Ocarina of Time and the Master Quest. I missed the really big heyday of Ocarina of Time, if I'm going to be honest, but nonetheless, I still got to experience quite an enjoyable game, and it did make a considerable impact on me. For example, the Spirit Temple is still my favourite dungeon in the entire series. I love the music, I love the design, everything about it, I will get to this later as well, is just really engaging. Hey, Desert Palace's big key, that's a good start. That's the Ether Medallion, another good start. There's a map. So, oh nice, we've got the Power Glove early on. That's always handy. And we've got some very good items early on, that's really helpful. 5 rupees gets us a little bit closer to certain goals. Now, back to the Zelda journey. So I found a few of the other games around that time. When they were released on Game Boy Advance, I got the original Zelda and Zelda 2, and those were something different. Zelda 2 was hard. It was quite a challenge for somebody not as experienced with the Zelda games. It was a bit frustrating, and I did feel like I didn't want to put up with it being so irritating, but I decided eventually that it really was worth persevering. It's always worth persevering. And I got some pretty good results in the end. I did manage to beat it, got a bit better, and even though the grinding is a bit arduous, I got through and managed to beat it satisfactorily. I was pretty happy with that. Let's quickly go into the forest and see what we find there. We'll be able to grab a couple of items there, but we still don't have many means to defend ourselves besides bombs. Now, a weapon that can stun our enemies would be handy, because then I could infiltrate the castle and bomb enemies. More bombs? Apparently we're getting a lot of bombs today. Plenty of bombs! So yeah, I also managed to pick up the Oracle games, which I think are really underrated. They're very enjoyable games. They stand very well on their own, but they work best when they are paired up. Not quite a Pokemon-style adventure, in all fairness. Close enough to, but definitely enjoyable, and there are certain rings you can only get in one game. Definitely worth having them around though, if I'm going to be honest. And then I think it took me a while to experience Majora's Mask. But I do have a lot of admiration for that one, and I'll sort of get onto that later when I'm discussing all my thoughts on the series. Link's Awakening, I picked up both the regular and DX versions. That was a lot of fun to play, and I've sort of been taken with it as time has gone on, in all fairness. They've been very engaging and entertaining games. There we go, that's taken care of him. So yeah, I really enjoyed those. I originally borrowed A Link to the Past's Game Boy Advance version from a friend, so it took a little bit of adjusting playing the Super Nintendo version. But we got there in the end. I did manage to beat it, but I never really played the Four Swords version. I didn't really have anyone to play with. At least not anyone who was interested in the Zelda games to that extent. Little bit unfortunate, but I did manage to find Four Swords Adventures. I kind of miss that one. It's weird, but it's still a pretty decent game in its own right. Ice Palace's big key, always useful. Get this person to run away and we'll see what's in this house here. The Kakariko clean out is always important. And the chicken ran into a bomb. Fantastic. So you have Four Swords Adventures, sort of just bombs again. Going through all of those, I've sort of kept up with the Zelda series as best I can, basically. After all that, I picked up pretty much everything you could get, and just went on my merry way. I'll need to see if there is some money so I can buy whatever the bottle is. So yeah, that's pretty much it. It's been an interesting journey. It started relatively late, but I managed to catch up on a lot of things, and I've gained a lot of enjoyment from it. Oh, we're gonna need the Pegasus boots. So, what are we going to get from the race? I always like to check that out, because if it's nothing important, it's the lamp. That is decidedly important. So, that's actually going to be handy if we can find a way to get into Aghanim's tower. And I need 4 more rupees. So yeah, it's been an interesting little journey for the Zelda series. It's definitely been a fun one. There have been ups, there have been downs, but I'm pretty happy with how everything went overall, apart from a couple of things. Because of course there are certain things I don't wind up enjoying along the way, but then again, not everyone is going to have the same interests. Which is perhaps a little bit unfortunate at times, but it's also very good because it means we're different and we can engage with each other over some really nice ideas. That is a bee. I don't want to be stalked by a bee. I should probably leave that for now and head down this way to escape some guards. They're very persistent. Also, whatever you find in... we'll have to avoid the lurid green water. I mean, look at that. It looks radioactive. That isn't nice. Key to Ganon's Tower, not bad. But yeah, I haven't appreciated everything, but I can see why people like it as well. There's very little that I will genuinely condemn from the series. Oh jeez, that is pretty, with that backdrop, that is pretty much the same hue as the water in the sewers of Imperial City level in Shadows of the Empire. First video game I ever played. Fantastic video game. I really do wish they'd add a bit more from Shadows of the Empire into the current expanded universe. Wait, we get money. Fish, 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 fish. Catch the fish, catch the fish, fish, fish. Okay, the reason I'm rambling like that, apart from the massive slowdown, is because if you take a fish to the bottle salesman, he'll give you money, as well as some arrows and bombs. So it's... No! Don't want to lose my fish. This is going to cost me a lot of time, but I need that item. I may need that item, and I don't want to be like 3 rupees off getting my first sword or the magic mirror or something. No! Oh. Fish, come back. There we go. Minor crisis. But we're good, we're good. We have a fish, we have a fish. Jeez, I almost sound like Flame chasing down fish obsessively. This is not exactly how I envisioned it all starting. Jeez, I took a lot of damage hunting that fish down, and I still have to go back to the lake in order to grab some items. If this winds up being like a single rupee or something like that, I'm going to be annoyed. But we persevere. I can actually clean out a few things. I can clean out a few things in the castle, at least. Find out what's in that little area we access from beneath the gravestone. Oh, key to Castle Tower. Which means at some point we've actually got to get into the Castle Tower early on. I like that. Usually defeating Aghanim isn't essential. So yeah, we've had an interesting time with the Zelda journey. I've played and beaten almost all the main series games. I do say all because there is one I absolutely refuse to do so. And we can get onto that as I discuss thoughts on each of the games as well. I'm actually trying to have a fairly coherent commentary plot this time around, so that, well, I don't wind up descending into madness every time something goes wrong, because it usually does with these randomizers. So, the original Zelda, which I first experienced on the Game Boy Advance. It's interesting. It's a very good open world design. It's a little strange in some ways. It has a few unusual mechanics, but it is also a really good challenge. It's a good open-ended world. And Cane of Samaria, very useful. Heart piece. Quake Medallion, those are helpful items. So, in fairness, it is actually a pretty good game with some nice ideas that have served the series well, especially going back to it with Breath of the Wild. The actual game itself has aged ridiculously poorly, but that is understandable. It was quite a genre definer at the time. But it has its flaws and shows its age nowadays. That is completely understandable, though. I don't think it's one I'd really strive to revisit, but it's not a bad challenge. It's got a nice open world, and it is a pretty decent game in its own right, let's be honest about that. So I'm not going to go up to Zora's River until I've got the necessary items, like the money or maybe the flippers. Duck down here. We'll go and see what Shamalama Ding Dong has for us. Sneak past all the guards and make our way down. So yeah, the original Zelda is something I do think people should experience at least once to get an idea of how the series began, the ideas that were involved with it. It's a very interesting adventure of exploration. Now, also keep in mind with this, I'm not saving and quitting unless I am absolutely stuck. I travel around the world map as I please. So, what do we want? The green pendant is in Skullwoods. That's fairly helpful. We can get 3 chests in the East Palace. Key to Dark Palace. Well, actually, we can get more than... Well, we can get 4 chests. So I should probably go and explore there. Just have to avoid the Armos. And preferably the soldiers. So yeah, I definitely say that you should at least experience the original Zelda once. At least experience it once. To see what it's like, to see where the series began, and see all the ideas that have popped up over history. I would probably... when it comes to Zelda 2, if you want a challenge, by all means go for that. Whether I'd truly recommend it, I don't know. It's a very, very difficult game. But overcoming the challenge is part of the fun of it. It's actually quite a bit tougher in the English release than it is in the original Japanese version. A brand new boss was added in the English version and experience requirements were actually increased. So the boss in the 5th dungeon then was Horsehead, the original boss of the boss of the 1st dungeon in the Japanese version. So he popped up twice. Kind of like how Rebenak, the Iron Knuckle boss, appeared as a mini-boss in one of the later dungeons. Dungeon 6. Well, Palace 6, if I'm going to be honest. But interesting to note... I need to move past these guys carefully. Interesting to note, though, that the boss of the 5th dungeon in the international versions... Oh, the Ice Rod, that's nice. That particular boss, Guma, was a lot tougher. Now... Ooh. Interesting that it kills Stalfos instantly. But it is very draining on the magic meter. Nonetheless, it's nice to be able to use the Ice Rod. Usually it's not particularly helpful. But we'll do what we can with it. Oh, the green smoke, that's actually a nice touch. Oh, and the magic top-up. Thank you very much. Pegasus boots. Now we're talking. No big key, but boy, was it a good decision to come here. So we won't be able to get the big chest, but we can leave pretty easily. Okay, so your Zelda 2 is kind of tough and it has some pretty janky mechanics in all fairness. But it's an interesting concept. You could do some pretty neat things with it in all fairness. It's definitely not the best Zelda game out there. It's the oddball in the series, which is quite interesting to note because quite a few series had oddball second games. Metroid, for example. Metroid 2 is particularly unusual. Fire Emblem. Its second game, Fire Emblem Gaiden, is very unusual. It was remade quite well into Shadows of Valentia, but they probably didn't tweak enough as far as map design goes. Some of the mechanics are a bit fiddly. I think I have to defeat all the enemies in here. So judicious use of bombs ought to do the trick. Bombs in the ice rod for Stalfos. Man, that is really, really handy. And I've been getting magic back from them, which makes it even more useful. There's enough to do. I can sneak through the castle with this kit, in all fairness. Just got to avoid these things. The anti-fairies are a nuisance. Just a map. In this case, saving and quitting would get me out a lot faster. But since I don't have the big key, I have to just do things the honest way. I'll be fair. Oh, I have to hit that switch. Yeah, so we'll do things the honest way. We'll get out of here. Admittedly, if you've got the mirror, backtracking is so much better. yeah, as I've said, Zelda 2, not a bad game, but interestingly, it's a situation where Shigeru Miyamoto thought they could have done more. He felt like it wasn't, strictly speaking, a game where they did everything they wanted to. It was just sort of they made it. It's a weird thing to say, in all fairness, but given that Nintendo did innovate a fair bit, especially in the old days, doing just what we set out to do and not pressing the boundaries, it's understandable to be a bit sad about that. But we did get some very good games out of things as a result. Then there's this, and you know I like that because I've been playing these randomizers so much. A Link to the Past is really where everything stepped up. It has absolutely... it still looks beautiful. The sprite work still holds up today as far as I'm concerned, or at least doesn't age as much. It has a good mix of sort of open world and organised story, probably a bit better in the story front than perhaps the other two. It has a lot of great content, and it just set itself up as an epic large-scale adventure really well. It's a very enjoyable game, as evidenced by the fact I keep coming back to play the randomizers over and over again, and I have a lot of praise for it. If we get the hookshot, we could go up the mountain. Let's get you out of my way. Don't have a key for the sewer section, so we can't do anything about that. But lock and load the ice rod. Can't use Quake or Ether because I don't have a sword. Oh, nice. Refund. I wonder if stunned enemies are actually dropping magic jars. One of the cool things about the randomizers is, when enemies are stunned... Oh, straight kill! Well, there's the key to the mountain, to the Tower of Hera. Wonder where the green guy got frozen. Gee. Well, that's not bad if I can take them out in a single shot. I know you don't use it much and its shots are slow, but the ice rod is proving so useful. Whoops. Yeah, weird. The green ones don't... The green ones get stunned. Yeah, dropping magic. Nice. But the blue ones die in a single shot. Not going to complain about that. Might complain about that. Yeah, A Link to the Past has... I think it's probably going to age a bit. It's not going to hold up compared to newer games as well, because everything it did has been built upon. But that, I suppose, is the mark of a really good game. In a bizarre sense of irony, it's like the game winds up proving its worth by influencing the world of video games so much. Okay, Ice Rod doesn't affect him, that's good to know. It influences the world of video gaming so much that it winds up being outdated by virtue of everything building on it. Well, we'll leave him there to cool off. And it's a most peculiar fate indeed, but I think it really does show what an impact A Link to the Past had in the end. Have to bomb this guy again. There we go. And out we go. Use those Pegasus boots. Don't fall off. So it's had an amazing impact. And I do praise it quite a lot. There's a lot of exploration, some really interesting dungeons. And overall, I just think it plays very well. So I'll always be happy with this one, in all fairness. And then we get to the one that has probably become my favourite, especially since the remake. Link's Awakening. This was sort of where story and characterization really started to pick up. It has some very interesting characters that the game does make you care about. Koholint Island is such a quirky, beautiful, entertaining place. I can't help but love it. It feels so interesting, so alive. It's got some really beautiful music. It's the first occasion where the various dungeons actually have different music. They generally shared a theme throughout previous games, but in this particular case, they all had unique themes. Some of them were very similar, for example, Face Shrine at Eagle's Tower, but it just helped add a little bit of extra character. The boss fights were really good, the items were pretty useful. For the record, this was actually the first time that we really had the use the dungeon item to beat the boss setup. A Link to the Past, interestingly, does not rely overly on that. While you do get certain items that will help you progress, a lot of them... Oh, there's the mirror. And the hook shot. And half magic. Jeez Louise, what a treasure trove. Looks like we're going into the Dark World soon. But where do we go in? Because we generally need the hammer. Ah. Trying to get past all these dangerous enemies. That bird is annoying me. The crabs are dangerous. They take off 2 hearts. Now, if I could get the flippers at these caves, imagine the coup that would be. Half magic is a real boon if I'm relying on the ice rod. But then again, I've got the hook shot, so I can stun. Alright, so stunned enemy, drop bomb. Yep, stunned enemies drop magic. Really handy, really handy. Whoa, a soldier came out of the grass. Whoa, check out the red eyes. Need some blue fire on this. Oh well, bombs. I mean, given the swag I just got, I'm not going to complain. Might top up my health for the journey back, though. Fairy fountain in here. I might be able to duck into the desert and grab the item from Aganar. That seems like a good idea while I'm here. But then again, if I'm going to time save, I should be looking to have the Book of Medora before I do. I need to go back and get the Moon Pearl. I ran into a crab. Do not run into the crab. I'll make a quick stop off at my house to recover. Ooh! Oh no! Oh, bad things are happening. Bad things are happening. I ran into a crab again. See, that's an early game enemy, and you're probably going there with like 6 hearts or something like that. Yeah, you'll probably wind up heading around that area with like 5 or 6 hearts, so if you stuff up, those crabs kill you easily. I can go up the mountain. Well, to be fair, I'd better go back to the library. Oh, no, wait. I can go this way, get the item by the sanctuary, and then we can go to... Then we can go to the library from Kakariko. Because there is a heart piece by there. So yeah, Link's Awakening is really full of charm and character for me. It has characters that you really start to care about. The game itself makes you question so much. There's a lot of really fun design in the levels. The way they're shaped would later be reused for the Oracle series, having dungeons structured after certain things. It was a trait that was used in the original Zelda. Ah, first sword. We are on fire with this run. We've just had a magnificent blitz of items. If I could get the hammer, then navigating the Dark World would be so easy. Still going to need the bow, of course. Now that's a really good one. We can also use the medallions, which is vital. So you've got a key for the mountain tower, because I can navigate to the mountain tower. Alright, it is time to go up the mountain. So yeah, Link's Awakening, wonderful game, full of character, full of life. It's so interesting. It's got quite a sad story as well. It's such a characterful game. It's so entertaining. It just sort of keeps you wondering, asks you a few interesting philosophical questions. And I really, really enjoy it. The remake has so much extra charm, so much more to do. It's a lot of fun. I genuinely recommend it. Even if the Dungeon Maker mode is not so great, I sincerely recommend playing that game. Just a map, but we can cut through the old man's house. And we can grab a couple of items up here before we move on. Now, excuse me as I head through here and grab a quick drink. So yeah, I'm always going to have a lot of good things to say about Link's Awakening. It is truly something special. And then there's Ocarina of Time, which frequently shows up on lists of the best game ever made. Ocarina of Time probably hasn't aged that well. It's a fantastic game that set a lot of trends and is a really entertaining game. It has some fantastic dungeons, there's a lot of exploring to do, the characters are really memorable, but in a lot of ways, its formula has been improved on so much, and there are certain flaws that pop up. The Master Sword! There are certain flaws that pop up along the way. They're not hugely detrimental, but you do notice them quite a lot compared to other games, like Hyrule Field being really empty. That's particularly disappointing. It sort of feels like it's a gigantic hub world, just setting everything else up. If I could get the Book of Medora, I'd have the Ether Medallion. Or whatever's there. Hey, money! I suppose in terms of the overall formula, it doesn't do a lot to build on certain things, but it does have some very good ideas nonetheless. It is a pretty good game, all things it is a very good game, all things considered. It did pretty much define the genre, but as I said, it does show its age, and yet, even then, it still has my favourite dungeon in the entire series. It still does have some very interesting characters in it. The music is absolutely fantastic, for one thing. There's so much it's done. So much it did for the series that perhaps to some people it's a bit of a problem that it can be seen as a bit of a problem that it almost overly defined the series. I suppose it's probably hard to find critiques about Ocarina of Time that aren't something ridiculous, but in all fairness... Oh, that always happens. If we don't have enemy randomizer on, the tile patterns won't be randomized as far as I know. So we have to sit through this, because some of them are a bit shorter. Alright. Well, we got some extra health, that's good news. But yeah, Ocarina of Time has always been particularly interesting. It is still a very, very good game. There is absolutely no denying that. I think its major problem is that it's just... It's aged, everything it's done has been built upon so much that it may not stand out to some people. If you come back to it, it's almost like, what was the fuss about? Speaking of what was the fuss about, by the way. So that's all we can grab here because we don't have the big key, but we can duck down to Paradox Cave. So yeah, it's still a magnificent game with some really memorable set pieces and fantastic battles. It's just that because of how the passage of time has gone, might be able to sneak past the rocks. Because of how the passage of time has gone, people might not get as much out of it these days. It's a weird one. Lots and lots of rocks. I think we should be fine now. It's a weird one, in all fairness. I think the weird thing is that as good as it is, Ocarina of Time didn't quite mean as much to me because I didn't sort of experience all the hype, as it were. I wasn't around when Ocarina of Time was like the big thing. At least I wasn't playing Zelda games when Ocarina was the big thing. Like I said, Wind Waker was my first Zelda game. So, I do like it. It has my favourite dungeon in the series. I have a lot of respect for it. I'm just probably more readily prepared to admit that it has started to show its age quite a lot. Which is perhaps difficult to say because of how well people regard it. It's still a brilliant game, don't get me wrong. It's still an absolute genre-defining classic. It's just that, quite naturally, it's not going to be as impressive compared to some other games because everything it's done has been built on so well. It's an excellent foundation. Hey, there's the magic cave. We can go into the tower and defeat Aghanim. Big Key of Thieves Town. Bomos Medallion. Making out like bandits. We can sneak up. We can sneak up to the top of this area and get one more item. So if I go this way, there's another item to grab in a cave, and we'll be good. It's very confusing because it's like, I'm prepared to say it's aged and it does have a few flaws, but it's still a fantastic game, so probably best to move on because my thoughts on Ocarina are a little hard to define without a really complex discussion. Because we all know how good it is. But we do need to admit that, yeah, it's shown its age because everything's built on it. By contrast, its Nintendo 64 brother Majora's Mask, or sister if you like, or whatever term for sibling, family member you want to use, really. So, its sibling on the 64, Majora's Mask, I think has aged much better. It's a shorter game in terms of dungeons, but it has a very involved story, some of the best world building and characterization in the entire series. It's a deep, existential, and really entertaining game that makes you think. Like Link's Awakening, and even more so besides, it makes you care about people. You really start to care about what happens. And yeah, I'll admit that the whole 3-day cycle thing is a bit, well, it's potential. You can kind of see it as controversial because it is a bit fiddly, all things considered. It can sort of artificially increase a sense of tension. I can understand that argument pretty well. But at the same time, that does sort of help. That does, in a way, help. It makes it a very unique experience, which can be really good if you're trying to do. Like, it can lend itself to sort of speed runs, perhaps, or interesting tactics particularly well as you try to do as much as you can in that 3-day period. And the things people can do with that game are excellent. The main dungeons are short, but there's so much depth to everything. There are such creative dungeons, and so many theories have popped up around this. I don't necessarily think Nintendo intended all of them, but nonetheless, we have seen that it's a game with a remarkable impact. And that very unique style arguably helps keep it a lot fresher than Ocarina of Time, because of the fact it's so distinct. It does something different, it takes the series formula, flips it on its head, and nothing else has quite replicated that. And that is why Majora's Mask deserves to be remembered. I will probably wind up pulling for the original on the N64 compared to the 3DS remake, which I think fiddled around with a bit too much. Nonetheless, Majora's Mask is still a particularly good game, and it's well worth it. Then we get to the Oracle games, which are kind of like... I certainly wouldn't call them like the red-headed stepchild, because they're good games. They are certainly very good. It's just that people don't tend to think of them. When you think of an iconic Zelda game, you're not necessarily going to think of the Oracle games, are you? And that's kind of sad. The Oracle games are legitimately entertaining titles. They have some pretty good puzzles, some really neat items, and quite a few interesting quirks and level designs along the way. They're made by Capcom, or at least Capcom teamed up with Nintendo, and they're sort of based on the Link's Awakening engine. So they've got that extra bit of character. They reuse various enemy sprites and things like that, which does help. Creates kind of a sense of familiarity. Just these guys are... Thank you, that took a while. Bit of health would have been nice. Oh, it's the golden bee. I can go back to Kakariko and get the bug catching net. Thank you. I can't see what's going on in here, so I don't want to waste the Bombos medallion. Unleash the bee! That is one energetic bee. I probably could have lit the torches. Now, it's interesting to note that you do need to push a block to actually get out of this room. I got stitched up by backtracking. Goodbye, golden bee. It's still following me. Oh well. It was fun while it lasted. We can go through here pretty easily. So yeah, I like the imagination and the style of the Oracle games. I love Link's Awakening, so I'm probably a little bit biased towards them, but I do genuinely enjoy them. There are some really nice ideas. The fact they've got some unique villains involved before Ganondorf and Twin Rover get involved, that's appreciated, definitely. And basically, there's just, I don't know, there's just something fun about them. I think it's that little extra sense of charm that they've gone out of their way to design new lands for the game. The regions of Holodrum and Labrynna feel interesting. They feel like something different, sort of like how Termina was a bit of a breath of fresh air. Not that I'm saying Hyrule's bad, but they've created a world with a lot of charm and the gameplay styles are really fun. I love being able to use the different seasons to my advantage. The time travel setup is done really well. And I love the music for the past overworld in Oracle of Ages. It feels like the original Zelda mixed in with the overworld theme of Link's Awakening, which was borrowed for these. So you've got a fair bit of nostalgia as well. And it feels like the good sort of nostalgia too. Oh, I didn't see that there. Which is ironic because it's a giant eyeball. So on we go. We don't need to mess with this room. Jerk. Well, we're ready to take on Aghanim. If we have the bug catching net, we can take him on. With that as well. Really nice touch. Interestingly, the bug catching net would pop up as Link's joke weapon in Soul Calibur 2. Grab a quick drink. See, the Oracle games have some pretty good puzzles, a few old items return, like the Cane of Samaria. That pops up in Oracle of Ages. But then you've got really cool things like the magnetic gloves in Seasons as well. There's so much that I feel is really interesting about those games, and given that it's the 35th anniversary of Zelda, I would love to see the Oracle games redone in the style of Link's Awakening. Like the remake we got with Nintendo's collaboration with Grezzo. That would be gorgeous. Right, since I don't have a shield to block those, I think if he does the swirly energy ball one... We'll have to just dodge that. Wait, did that start to home in on me? Interesting note, in the regular version, a lot of re-releases have toned down the flashing lights. Because of course you've got to give options for people with epilepsy who might want to play the game, but could have their seizures triggered by flashing lights. Got to be fair on everyone. Interestingly enough, I actually had a milder form of epilepsy when I was a kid. Just going to observe temporarily that I really like the color palette for the Pyramid of Power. Yeah, I don't know where I don't know why it wound up disappearing. It just did. From about 2 till about 4 I hadn't had it, and I don't know why. I haven't had any trouble with it since. It's just one of the vagaries of the universe, but I still... And even though it was only that little time, I still want to make sure that those who do deal with epilepsy are looked after and any concerns they may have are recognised. In fact, I'd rather everyone's concerns be recognised, so we can just try and make things better in general. Just really look after one another, okay? I'm not exactly sure where the point's going on that one because I don't want to diminish anyone's experiences. What I do want is to make sure that we're all able to live our best lives. So yeah, that's pretty much the summary. The Oracle games, absolutely beautiful. And I do wish they got a little bit more prominence. Good lord, that water looks disgusting. So, our catfish, which in Japanese mythology... Ah-ho-ho! In Japanese mythology, they do not ah-ho-ho. I don't know what ah-ho-ho... I don't even know what that is. But they are said to be able to predict earthquakes. It's what the whiskers are for. Oh well, just money. But we can go and see King Zora and get ripped off by him. Basically, they're said to be able to predict earthquakes, which is why Whiscash is a ground type. Kind of unfortunately for Whiscash, around the time it's an episode focusing on it in the anime was supposed to air, we don't need to get those bombs, there was a huge earthquake in Japan, so everything was kind of, well, cut short. That episode was never actually aired. Got stuck on the wall a little bit there. Little unfortunate for poor old Whiscash. Something similar happened. Yep, we got ripped off by King Zora. It's a rite of passage. You are not truly part of the randomizer crew. Even on a small scale, I'm not part of the Discord or anything like that. I just like playing the randomizer for fun, but I really, really respect everybody who's done such amazing work on this. You're not a randomizer player until you've been ripped off by King Zora. Well, I could beat the Swamp Palace in all fairness. But I'd have to go back up there to get into the Dark World. And that's a bit of an arduous trip, but we can make it, because not having the hammer is a bit of a disadvantage. But we will persevere. Can't go into the Dark Palace lower area because I don't have the bow. I can only get a couple of items in there, so I'm not going into the Dark Palace just yet. I'm going to streamline my experience as best I can. We will stay in the Dark World and we will go to different areas because I can actually use the hook shot to cross gaps. And if I go back into the Dark World, I can grab a few more items. We can also go into Bumper Cave and get that item. So all in all, I think we're sitting fairly pretty. We'd still like the hammer to be able to access the Dark World more easily, but what can you do? We've had some pretty good items so far. So yeah, I'd probably better start sharing my thoughts on Wind Waker. While it is unfortunately a little bit easy compared to some of the games, and the fact it's short was more to do with the fact that the developers kind of worked to a deadline and didn't really get to do as much as they wanted to do because they stuck to the tight deadline rather than pushing it back. For example, I think there was supposed to be a third dungeon where you got the pearl, but the third pearl, Narrow's Pearl, but that was cut. Ideas for that were cut short. It's a little unfortunate, but these things do happen. Nonetheless, it is still a really good game that's full of adventure. Being able to just sort of sail off and, after the first couple of dungeons, explore wherever you want to your heart's content is a beautiful feeling. It is really, really lovely. And I think it's that charm. It's the character design as well. Whoops, hit my little microphone stand. There's so much character in the game. The expressive details. There's so much that's just full of life in the game. And I really, really appreciate that. Like, you have some legitimately interesting characters. You can see them develop. You gradually get to see how Prince Kamali improves throughout the game. Medley and Makar and the other Koroks and the Rito are full of charm as well, and it was great seeing them come back. And then you have some amazing boss fights. You have the characterization of Ganondorf. Probably, normally is like the arch villain, but this is one of the most human and almost tragic portrayals of him. In some ways, I'll admit, you can kind of feel sorry for him because he knows that he's stuck, clinging onto the past, desperate to get hold of the Kingdom of Hyrule. He just can't let it go. Even to the last, he is still trying to get his hands on the Kingdom of Hyrule, knowing full well that it is something of a folly. And it's almost quite a sad moment for Ganondorf when the king winds up getting his hands on the Triforce. It's no wonder he breaks down, because all of a sudden, out of nowhere, everything he's sacrificed, everything he's done, he might have ultimately given up his people. He's spent so much of his life trying to hunt the Triforce, to get his hands on it just so he can say to his people, I finally did it. I finally got my hands on Hyrule after all I gave up, so that you could have that verdant, lush land to live in and not have to suffer in the desert. At least that's his thinking anyway, and then it's snatched away from him. Oh, we definitely need to go there. We need to kill the Dacto, though. It is, in its own way, really sad. And it's even sadder if you take what Skyward Sword says as effective canon, that Ganondorf is one of the reincarnations of Demise. Because that means that Ganondorf never had a choice but to screw things up. Even his best intentions were always going to wind up going wrong and effectively cursing his people in a way. It makes him even more tragic knowing that he may have had the best of intentions, but he was desperate to... It was just going to go wrong for him. Going to go wrong for him. So yeah, powerful portrayal of Ganondorf. Excellent characterization. Great exploration. Probably And that probably, you can even frame it into a positive in a way, that the biggest complaint I have about Wind Waker is that there's not enough of it. It's perhaps a little bit easy, and there's not enough of it. Because it is still a really, really good game. And I'm always going to believe it is. I can't say much about the Game Boy Advance Four Swords. Mostly because I haven't played it very much. I haven't really played it at all, if I'm going to be honest. But I have played Four Swords Adventures and I genuinely like the game. It's very quirky. It's unusual. It's unusual. But I do think it's legitimately fun. It's easy to play single player. It's a lot harder to get 4 people together to play it. But if you manage it, then you can play 2, 3, or 4 player quite easily. I mean, for a given value of easy. Like, it's at least easy to set it up. Oh, so we can get whatever the item in the castle's secret passage is. That's handy. But that can be something for later. I will also need to go and get the item from the lumberjacks. They're okay. So let's stump up for here. Money! And the key to the Swamp Palace. That one key is needed to actually get into the dungeon proper. So, I don't have the Titansmith, so there are certain things I can't do. Top up my health at the fortune tellers. And then I'll find out what's hidden in the lumberjack's tree. Oh well, health top up, can't complain about that. And I immediately got myself hit by being an idiot. Oh well. Why didn't I go to the lumberjack's tree when I was there? Because I'll have to cut back through the village to do what I want to, I will be able to get the item from the bug-catching kid too. Particularly useful. Ow. Jeez. I'm gonna need to top my health up again. I know what I should have done while I was at the Waterfall of Wishing. I should have thrown a bottle in. And I've got to activate the flute. Ah, good. Fairies. Don't have the bug catching net, but do have the ability to top up my health. So yeah, Four Swords Adventures is unusual. It was supposed to be focusing on Vati most of the time, with Shadow Link popping up. But then somebody decided to mandate that Ganon was involved, and the plot winds up just changing partway through. Like, all of a sudden, like, you've been hearing about Vati, and then all of a sudden, about pretty much halfway through the game, oh, here's this Ganon guy all the Deku Scrubs work for. It comes out of nowhere. It's not exactly the most satisfying, if I'm going to be honest. The story is kind of messed up, but on the bright side, there are still some pretty good levels. There's actually a pretty good soundtrack with some really, really lovely pieces that are sadly quite neglected. And the gameplay is at least pretty solid. Getting the different items and using them in creative ways, especially the level 2 versions, are nice. Like the double jump for the Roc's Feather, which I believe got adapted into the Roc's Cape in Minish Cap, and the Pegasus Boots letting you run on air. That was an interesting one. And kind of fun. Alright, we got a key. Key to Skull Woods. Don't have a big key for there. But I suppose we can plunder a few items. Similar deal with Thieves' Town. I can at least run in and grab some items. But we will need to make sure we bomb a certain door. We will need to make sure that we bomb a certain gap in order to access the way to the fight with Blind here. Get up the... No magic powder doesn't help for healing. Okay, key to Misery Mire. Once we get the Titan's Mid, we're good to go there. So yeah, Four Swords Adventure's definitely a weird one. Not exactly the most typical Zelda game, but in its own right, I would say it's entertaining. I don't think it's exactly the worst, even if it's not spectacular and is probably a little bit too different for some people's liking. It is still a pretty good game overall, and I think it's worth trying at least once. Then we get to Minish Cap, which I've been recently Let's Playing, and I'm going to be uploading the last videos very soon. Aha! Now, we do not have the big key for East Palace, so we can't proceed, but we've got the bow, so we can grab a couple of items quite safely over in the Dark Palace. That's really, really good to know. Having the bow on hand definitely improves a lot. Whoop, don't get hit with fireballs. Ooh. Now I am in a lot of pain. I can always bring Bombos if I need it. Ooh. Nope, I'm cutting my losses. I'm out of here. Too many stray attacks. Need to run up and get some healing. Okay, that worked. So yeah, I don't have a lot to say about Four Swords Adventures because it's been a very long time since I played it. But I still think it's interesting, and I really, really do love Minish Cap. It's full of charm and character. It's really engaging. I think I will go back into Thieves' Town, actually. We'll put those medallions to work. So yeah, it's a very short game, which can count against it. But on the bright side, there's so much to do in terms of side quests that you will be kept busy for quite some time. It has a lot of really interesting challenges. There are some pretty interesting characters along the way, and it's just overall, it's a beautiful game in terms of style. It has... Oh wait, I don't have the I do have the big key. What am I talking about? So the question is, do I open up the way to the boss? Or... You know what? I think I beat the boss. I think I saved the big chest for later. Because if I can defeat the boss, then I wind up opening up a bit more depending on... Ow. Not depending on ow, but depending on what I get. Right, that's out of the way. That's out of the way. We got through pretty smoothly, all things considered. Yeah, Minish Cap is definitely short. It's probably not particularly challenging overall either, but I do think that it's a very entertaining game, all things considered. As I said, it has a lot of charm to it. There are some very creative mechanics involved. And, well, overall, it's just been a delight to play. It's so interesting just going everywhere, finding all the little secrets. I cannot speak highly enough of it, really. It's, well, everything I need to say about Minish Cap is there in my Let's Play, in all honesty, and I really do hope you can take the time to check it out. If you don't, that's okay. There's never an obligation for you to do anything like that, even if I'd like you to. I mean, you've got your own free will, you can do what you wish. I'm not going to exactly force you to do anything. Just know that I'd appreciate it, I guess. So yeah, it's a really lovely game. I think very highly of it. Twilight Princess, on the other hand, I don't think I have as fond memories of it. It's a good game. I wouldn't deny that, but there's something that just... I don't know, it doesn't quite click. Maybe it's because the items aren't as particularly helpful. Yeah, they're mostly useful, apart from the claw shots, they're mostly useful in the dungeon you find them, and then that's it. Which is a bit... Well, it's a bit silly in all fairness, because it means the awesome potential of items like the spinner gets utterly wasted. And that is definitely very sad. Alright, so now that I am shiny Bronzor, let's at least set up to fight Blind the Thief. I should have got some potion beforehand. Actually beating a dungeon is more advantageous for me in the long run. Let's get in and get fighting. One of the advantages of facing blind is that you can, if you can keep yourself at full health for a long time, you can spam sword beams. Okay, we're doing well. Now we gotta close in. Come on, one more. We did it with 1 heart left! We got one of the crystals. That's important. I still have to beat every dungeon. Have to see which one we got. Oh, that was important. That was a really good choice. We can go up to Skull Woods and grab some items for a bit. Being able to get my hands on one of the crystals... Oh, speaking of... No, wait, I did get what was on the pyramid. I'm not entirely stupid. So I started on the pyramid. Last run I did, I was freaking out about stuff on the pyramid, and I'm like, what if the mirror's on the pyramid? Because I really needed the mirror. Fortunately, the mirror was not on the pyramid. The mirror... Oh, that's mean. The mirror was behind... It was locked behind crystals 5 and 6. In the Super Bomb fountain. Any health? So, we don't have... Oh, the irony. The irony. I was trying to do that to it. Oh, they didn't fall off? Oh, no. There we go. Fall right under the floor. Oh, speaking of nearly falling under the floor. Making mistakes there. But yeah, Twilight Princess, there's something... I don't know. It's a solid game. I don't know. It just doesn't appeal to me as much as some of the others for some reason. Maybe because it feels... I don't know, too much like it's trying to be Ocarina of Time. And I think that was... one of its problems. AGI Anuma mentioned that the game didn't feel like it was that 120% of Ocarina of Time that they wanted it to be. I can understand at least trying, though. I don't think they screwed up for lack of trying. Because it is a decent game in its own... It is a decent game in its own right. I'll definitely give it that. It just still feels a little bit lacking in some areas that it's almost... As I've said, it's too Ocarina of Time. And perhaps not enough of its own identity. It does have some really, really nice dungeons, though. It has some really interesting and entertaining dungeons. I'll definitely give it that. No big key here, so we can get maybe one more item before we move on. Because I don't have the fire rod. Still, it does have some nice ideas, some pretty interesting set pieces. It's also probably a little bit... Given that I was getting better at the series overall, I did maybe find it a little bit too easy in some fields. I don't know, I didn't really feel that the final fight against Ganondorf and Ganon... It was more a test of endurance. It was a bit of a test of endurance, but at the same time, it didn't really trouble me that much. I don't think that final battle was... quite as awesome as... I don't think that final battle was quite as awesome as it could have been. There were some nice ideas, but I just don't think they were carried out that well. But of course, that is always a matter for personal opinion. It's always going to be subjective. That is the truth of the matter. I enjoyed my time with Twilight Princess. There is absolutely no denying that. Oh, mushroom. I just didn't get enough out of it. That's sort of what it boils down to in the end. I did not get enough out of it. I will go south of the village of outcasts, get some items, and then we'll move on. I've got to stay in the Dark World for as long as possible because it's very hard for me to access it again. At least until I get the hammer. So along we go. Yeah, it's kind of... Twilight Princess is definitely an interesting one. And I'm not really that big a fan of Midna either. I know it's probably going to get me lynched, but I don't know, something about it grates a bit. Maybe it's the fact that she's sort of got that annoyingly smug personality mixed with the whole tsundere thing going on. And I'm not a particularly big fan of tsundere characters in the first place. I know she gets better, she's got the sort of the mandatory character development thing going on. But, I don't know, she just doesn't click with me. I mean, I'm not exactly unhappy if she happens to click with you. If you really like her, then that is completely okay, and by all means you should go on liking her, because that's what having a favourite character is all about. Just be respectful to everyone else. So, we didn't get much out of that. Then we move on to Phantom Hourglass, which, I don't know, the kind of crummy soundtrack doesn't really endear itself to me very much. There's not really much to listen to. And that's particularly sad because the games are generally pretty good about their soundtracks. Like, it's almost like it's a really, really good oh, we can go into the Desert Palace and clear that. It's basically like it's a good proof of concept game. I think I'll clear the Swamp Palace and then go to the desert. Duh! Force of habit, I forgot to go back into the Dark World, you idiot! So, well, now that we're stuck in the Light World until I get the hammer... Oh no, wait, I can get back into the Dark World. Because I believe the entrance to the castle... winds up becoming the gate to the Dark World. So I'm not bereft of options. It's just a little out of the way. Well, at least make sure to take a potion with me. So, back into the Dark World I go for the time being. With our beautiful, lurid pink and green Hyrule. Oh! While I'm here... Item in the castle basement. So yeah, Phantom Hourglass almost feels like it's a proof of concept idea. But I also feel like it's an idea that they didn't quite do enough with. That's kind of the case with the DS games. The central dungeon thing is really kind of annoying. Well, it's really exceptionally annoying in all fairness. It's got its good points, definitely, but at the same time, there are lots of irritations along the way. The Temple of the Ocean King is definitely one of the big irritations. I don't like the soundtrack. I don't like the lack of really catchy and interesting music. There are some good ones. There are definitely some good tracks in there. But I still feel that something's lacking. I don't think it's quite enough of a challenge in some senses. Well, I could have actually got that at any time, in all fairness. You don't need that key. Problem is, from here, I do kind of have to go the long way round on account of not having the hammer. Dark Palace I have 2 keys for, and I have the bow, so we're going to the Dark Palace. We will grab what we can. And we have enough money. But yeah, Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks are interesting. Like, I don't mind the fact that Spirit Tracks are sort of... You're moving around the overworld on a train, because I like trains. Given my name, it was kind of obvious that when I was a kid, I was going to wind up liking Thomas the Tank Engine. I still have a fondness for the series to this day. And I really, really liked that particular element. I loved the overworld. I loved the music. Like, it's not a bad concept. There are some interesting ideas in the DS games, but I don't think Spirit Tracks built enough on Phantom Hourglass. I would have liked a longer experience. I would have liked some of the characters to do a bit more. Because you had some interesting ones, even if Malladus was kind of discount Ganon. And, I mean, who didn't pick that out of nowhere Chancellor Cole was incredibly obviously evil? That was kind of a dead giveaway. But they did have some pretty good characters along the way. I'll definitely give them that. And things could have been done a bit better, but they're charming enough. They're interesting in their own right. Sometimes you got to try something different. Spirit Tracks at least has an amazing soundtrack. There's some really, really good music in there. So I have a lot of fondness for that. And then there's Skyward Sword, which... It's hard to pick Skyward Sword. I think probably its greatest sin is that it doesn't do enough to differentiate itself from Zelda games which have come before. You can see that they are, in a sense, messing around with the formula of the games and the way everything works. But I don't think they quite did enough. It still has its high points. I'm definitely not going to complain about that. It still has some pretty good high points along the way. What have we got in here? Oh, the big key of Swamp Palace. We're clearing that one next. We can't pop into the East Palace just yet. If you've got the hammer, you can use that as a shortcut and save yourself a key up here. But we'll persevere. So yeah, Skyward Sword does have some really, really irritating moments, I'm not gonna lie. But it has some pretty good ones as well. I just do wish it did more to differentiate itself from the formula, because where it does go different, sometimes it's a bit problematic. Like the fact that the sort of overworld is sort of more puzzle-based. It works on the ground, actually having it as sort of a giant lead-in puzzle. A bit of networking to the main dungeons. That's fine. Now I wanted... Does Quake Medallion work on those? Why doesn't the Quake Medallion work on those? That's a bit shonky if you ask me. They're ground-based enemies, and I think the Quake Medallion actually did work on them in Four Swords Adventures, which... not working here is pretty stupid. Push the block! This one, thank you. Shit. That was weird. I didn't seem... I did run in the wrong direction at one point. Yes, but very clear... I thought I was clearly pushing the block, but I was obviously wrong. Oh well, sometimes you are wrong. And that is life, and you accept it as best you can, and you try and get better from it. Whoop. Don't want to run off there, so we got 3 more chests we can grab, unless one of these has a key in it. There we are. Best not to go that way. Get the turtles. Titan's mid. Now we're talking. Good decision to come here. Mostly building up my rupee stock for potions. $20 rupees. Map of Turtle Rock. So we can grab a few items if we wind up returning to Death Mountain, but now let's realize we'll have to go the long way to get to that Swamp Palace. Or what we do is mirror out, fly to my house. Oh no, wait, that's not going to work. But I'll top up at my house, because we can actually grab some items at the Misery Mire. Good place to go. I do wish the motion controls weren't so fiddly with Skyward Sword. That is a pain in the backside. But overall, it's an interesting game that I think its greatest sin is that it doesn't live up to its potential. That is definitely what I'd consider its biggest problem. It has amazing potential and it doesn't live up to it. Because there are definitely some good ideas in Skyward Sword. I would not argue with that. Wow, this place definitely looks sinister. And the green in here, nice touch, nice touch. This palette swap is doing brilliant things. Just bombs, just money. So yeah, then A Link Between Worlds I have incredible fondness for. It is one of my favourite Zelda games. It feels like a good homage to A Link to the Past. But it starts to adapt a few more ideas along the way. And I feel it adapts them a bit better, sort of changing up the formula a bit. We don't need a single arrow. It changes up the formula a bit better than Skyward Sword did for my money. We can go into the Misery Mire. Do we have the big key for it? No, we don't. So I don't want to go in here just yet. But yeah, overall, the color palette randomizer makes this place look even more monstrous, and those vile swamp waters. Really, really nice work by the palette randomizer people. This looks like a swamp. This looks genuinely menacing. I've walked straight in there. Because I can get a few things. I will have to be careful about getting hit, but I can get a few items along the way. I can get pretty much everything but the big chest. Oof. Well, that stung. Run away! Run away! So yeah, that's pretty much it for Skyward Sword. I don't really want... it's pretty much it for Skyward Sword. There is so much praise for A Link Between Worlds. It's really interesting. It feels full of charm. It's a good enough... It's definitely a good homage to A Link to the Past, but it does its own thing so well. It is genuinely entertaining. It has some really nice redesigned dungeons. There's a great soundtrack. Even if they are... The dungeon theme... Oh, magic powder. That's very helpful. Even if the dungeon themes are largely based around the one theme, they still manage to have a lot of really creative variants that perfectly fit the level. And it's honestly... Oh, there's our shield. It's a real blast. The fact that you can do the dungeons in any order and get any item whenever you want is also a boon. Sure, it costs you a lot of money, but it's a nice touch. It is like it's harking back to the old days. And I genuinely appreciate that. I do really love all the little touches A Link Between Worlds has. And it does have probably one of the smartest villains. Yuga basically follows a similar approach to Aghanim. At the very first, he tries to get rid of Link, seeing him as a threat as soon as possible. The only reason both Yuga and Aghanim actually succeed in what they're doing is because of circumstances over which neither of them has any control. For example, Aghanim doesn't know about the Moon's Pearl, Yuga doesn't know about Ravio's bracelet. If you didn't happen to have those convenient items which save your hide... Crap, didn't mean to waste the key. If you didn't have all those convenient items that save your hide, you'd be stuffed. Because essentially both of them just go, nope, you're a threat, I'm dealing with you right now. And that is actually pretty impressive for villains. Given that we do legitimately have some of the dumbest... We do have some pretty dumb ones along the way. I suppose we can't really blame Ganondorf. Oh! I am not actually in... I've got the right armor, but I don't really have enough health to clear Vitreous. That's my big issue. Need to wait for that anti-fairy to come by again. Oh, it was good being able to do that. Because I wasn't able to do that last playthrough. The magic powder was one of the last items I got. It's not necessary, but it really helps. Well, that's okay. Well, we might as well proceed through the dungeon. If I really wanted to, I could try and beat Vitreous, but I think I'd be... Ooh. I think I'd be wasting everyone's time if I did. Then again, I can top my health up. I think we'll do the ones in the other room first. But yeah, A Link Between Worlds is really, really lovely. I have a lot of praise for it. I cannot speak highly enough of it because it just felt so much like I was home. After the sort of proof of concept games of the DS and Skyward Sword being a bit hit and miss in some ways, this felt really spectacular. I'm going to grab a quick drink. As for the next game, that is generally accompanied by a lot of ranting. Triforce Heroes might actually be my least favourite game in the entire... It might be my least favourite game, period. Where does this doorway go? I absolutely cannot at all stand Triforce Heroes. As before, if you do genuinely like it, please do not let me stop you. Because I want to keep to that, I'm not going on the gigantic rant I usually would. But suffice to say, I'll put it simply. I think the plot is ridiculously stupid even by Nintendo standards. For those of you who are not familiar with it, Triforce Heroes is set in the fashion-obsessed kingdom of Hytopia. Princess Styler, their crown princess... Oh, Fire Rod, very nice. Princess Styler, the crown princess of Hytopia, proved that she wasn't exactly the brightest spark when she opened a gift that was vibrating. Now, I understand that she's a teenage girl or maybe young adult lady around that age. She's going to have certain urges, certain curiosity, maybe a bit of a desire to experiment. So when you look at it that way, I can understand why she might want to open a vibrating present. But at the same time, it doesn't really have a label on it from Hyrulean Amazon or something like that, so you kind of have to wonder. She winds up getting herself cursed into wearing a really ugly brown bodysuit. Not necessarily a problem on its own, unless you factor in that technically I don't think she can take it off, which is an issue. So, we've got that particular problem to deal with. Everybody in the kingdom basically winds up panicking because this old witch has cursed their princess and everybody is afraid to be fashionable. When you wind up encountering this villain, she's not even threatening. Lady Maud, I think her name is, and she's basically that obnoxious old bat who thinks... The physical embodiment of that obnoxious old bat down the road who thinks she's hot stuff, but is actually immensely irritating and nobody likes her. She's not a really good villain at all. She seems so incredibly petty. Her own fashion sense is absolutely terrible. Because basically think your 80-year-old grandma dressing in a fairly tight dress, trying to look like she's 50 years younger, but for whatever unfathomable reason, she's decided to add sunglasses that would probably not look out of place on Elton John. And also, for whatever other unfathomable reason, an Elizabethan ruff, along with a ridiculously big hat. And did I mention the dress has a really stupid pattern on it? It's probably one of the this is one of the most questionable choices of villain I've ever seen in any game. I just don't know how we were supposed to take her seriously, especially since she has no real ability to back up anything she says. She basically just makes you go through a boss rush when she challenges you, setting her pets onto you. Which are basically modified versions of enemies we've fought before. I want to go into this fight with full health. I have to go into this fight with full health. Basically, it's like she thinks she's hot stuff. She thinks she has absolutely brilliant fashion sense, but she's just a pain in the ass. Alright, can I defeat Vitreous by swinging my sword furiously? Button mash, button mash, button mash, button mash, button mash, button mash, button mash. Button mash, button mash. Get the medicine out, button mash. Alright, now we can probably set the bow. Whoa, the bow really tears Vitreous apart! Oh, and we got the red mail! Whew, that's not bad! That's probably the best I've performed against Vitreous for a while, if I do say so myself. Obviously, all the frustration I feel with Triforce Heroes was power! Not bad, Bronzor. That's fantastic, and now we get into our awesome rusty look. And then we can quickly slip into the desert. Whew, that was fantastic, if I do say so myself. I don't always play very well, but I am pretty chuffed with that. So, back to dealing with... So yeah, also... Also, the big problem... I'm not going to go on to the problems with Triforce Heroes for too long, because I've made it clear that I think the plot's stupid and I absolutely hate the villain. And not like in the, this is a horrible person, it's like, geez, this is a horrible character. But enough about that, because I'm probably about to get utterly eviscerated for Breath of the Wild. Okay, this is a good game in terms of setting a template. I will agree with that. I think that building on Breath of the Wild is the way to go for defining the future of Zelda. There are many good ideas there. But I really, really find the game tedious. Travel is a bit of a problem. Small Kitted Turtle. It is entertaining. It is an entertaining game when you actually are wandering around, exploring for the first time and seeing what's where. After that, after you've realized that over this hill is more hill, travel starts to get horrifically tedious. Fortunately, once you can warp, level 3 sword, I'll take that, the plunder in the desert. Now, if I'd come here first, that would have made fighting Vitreous a lot easier because I'd have had the right kit scaled. Beamos still suck no matter which army you have. But yeah, honestly, like, Breath of the Wild does get a bit tedious at times. And I unfortunately don't quite relate to the characters anywhere near as well. I don't know, I just don't click with them. There's something off-putting about them for me. It's not that I think they're bad, I think they're underutilized. That would probably be the correct way. Which block is it? Is it this one? Is it this one? This one? Yes, it is, because there's a fairy fountain here. Yeah, I don't know, there's just something about it that doesn't quite sit right with me. The early game is hell, which is not a bad thing in and of itself. It's not that I truly dislike the game or anything. It's not that it's not a Zelda game, definitely. Because it's harking back to the original Legend of Zelda as a deliberate design choice. I just think that... I don't know, I'm just looking forward to them doing more because it started out really badly. Don't ever get me started on the breakable weapons, because you're going to get a big rant. I had to restrain myself from ranting about Triforce Heroes, out of fairness for people who do like it. Because I know everything I dislike is going to be someone's favourite somewhere along the way, and things I like are going to be something some people dislike, so... let's be fair to one another, shall we? Basically, I don't know, there's just something that feels off about Breath of the Wild and I genuinely don't enjoy it. It can be pretty fun, there are some nice things to do, though I'm always particularly annoyed by the fact that no matter how often I try to ride the logs, I don't get to. It's like, I set it up, I freeze it with stasis, I get ready to launch myself, the log leaves without me. So yeah, there we go. Red 2 can't ride logs properly, 0 out of 10 game. Which is not really what I think. As I said, I do honestly think it's a very good direction in which to take the series. But I don't think Breath of the Wild is greatest game of all time material. I think it's a very good but flawed game. And unfortunately, it's essentially kind of like Diamond and Pearl and my attitude with Cynthia. The initial... oh, we got another bottle. Is it an empty one? That initial meeting is what threw me off. Because... let's be fair, I don't really like Cynthia that much. I don't hate her, but she's kind of an embodiment of the problems I had with the original Diamond and Pearl. I should probably go up and get some more potion. Then I'll come back here. Namely that Diamond and Pearl dragged on a bit long, and I think that's probably... the issues with Breath of the Wild were twofold. First, the early game was actually pretty irritating. And second, no matter how hard I've tried, I've never been able to get over that first appearance, which is a bit of a problem. Maybe it's prejudicial, but the fact that it's like... yeah, you're supposed to learn how to fight and do things in various ways, but if you do, if you screw up, you're going to get murdered in a single shot. That was kind of annoying. Now, it's certainly not my opinion that hard game equals bad. That would be a really stupid and childish way to do it. I can go and beat Mothula. I mean... If I wound up disliking every hard game there was, I would not be playing Etrian Odyssey, which I absolutely adore, but I know full well that it is definitely an Atlas game in spirit. It is tough, and it makes no secret of the fact that it doesn't like you and it wants to utterly brutalize you. But when you overcome that, there's kind of a sense of satisfaction about the whole thing. It's like, I have beaten a particularly good challenge. with Breath of the Wild, it just felt like, for God's sake, how much longer am I going to have to put up with this? It's like, okay, fair enough. Okay, fair enough, they're taking Zelda in a new direction, but if I wanted to play Dark Souls, I'd play Dark Souls. Then I got better. And believe me, when you do get better, when you do learn the combat mechanics, my god is it fun, especially when you take down a Lionel with absolutely no damage. That is a genuine highlight. Like, I acknowledge that there's so much to the game, and when you do take the time to master it, when you put the effort in, it's magnificent. I'm not gonna lie about that. I still think it's flawed. I think that my own prejudices were problematic. The fact that messing up... It's entirely possible that messing things up and getting one shot was me getting frustrated with myself more than the game, because I do easily get frustrated with myself for making mistakes. It's one of my admittedly many failings. But once I did master it, I got those moments of satisfaction. I don't know, it's just... Something about it doesn't... Something about it still doesn't sit right with me, even to this day. And that is just, unfortunately, the way my mind works. Like, oh, I still need one more key. Damn. Yeah, it's... Oh, there are things I can do, though. So this wasn't a total loss. But yeah, so some of the frustration of Breath of the Wild is on me, some of the frustration is there with mechanics like the stupid breakable weapons and the fact that travel does get kind of boring. Like, it's, as I've said, it's still going to be a very good foundation. It's just not for me. And, well, the spin-offs, I haven't really played any of the spin-offs, in all fairness. I have played Hyrule Warriors, the original one. And I really enjoyed that. It was a lot of fun being able to play as different characters along the way, and try out a few different styles. It felt like a lot of fun. I liked when they added the villains as DLC, because Sia was kind of an interesting character, and in all fairness, I suppose I can understand some of the frustration with the constant Link and Zelda ship, because I feel that's kind of forced. Like, okay, I know that there is certainly the possibility for mutual attraction, but the problem is that I tend to feel that Link and Zelda quite often wind up getting together simply because, again, Destiny says so. And I'm already annoyed with the whole Destiny says so bit because it screws over poor old Ganondorf. Makes his existence particularly miserable because he has no choice but to be evil. I suppose I've never been a huge fan of Zelda as a character, but I don't utterly hate her either. Either that, or maybe it was because Sia ticked a number of boxes for me. Let's be honest in that regard. But still, I enjoyed the story, I enjoyed playing as all the different characters. I'll admit that the Hyrule Warriors version of Zelda was great to fight as, though the baton sucked. That was really annoying. Oh, it does come with you when you jump off ledges. But I need to keep an access point in the Dark World. Now, if I dash, we do leave it. We dash, we leave it behind. What's the flute kid got for me? Yeah, it was a lot of fun to play. It's a good hack and slash, and I especially enjoyed playing as Ganondorf. Ganondorf, when he got a few little upgrades, Ganondorf could tear through armies. It was quite spectacular watching him utterly wreck house. You can... Right, I hate these things. You can just die. Hate zeros. I absolutely hate the little mongrels. Still no Book of Medora. So I can't get Bombos. And I immediately get... Turn around, turn around, turn around. Get your spear out from my ass, thank you. Bad touch, buddy. Alright, well, once we raid the northeast and get the item from the lake, we'll be good to go to the Swamp Palace. Alright, so yeah, Hyrule Warriors was pretty entertaining. I especially loved the fact that they let you play as Marin in the 3DS version. That was really, really charming because I'd been enjoying Link's Awakening a lot. I think I'd been playing it again around the time and was particularly happy. Well, that was not what I was hoping for, but we persevere. Can I actually get out of the lake in the Dark World once I jump into it? So that's kind of an important question. Oh, this water. Ugh. No, I don't think I can. Ugh. Maybe up there, I don't know. Let's at least get into the light world and see what we've got here. Heart piece, which is there normally. Let's at least see if I can get out. Yes, I can, but I'm over by the Dark Palace, which means I've got to go round the long way again. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to quickly go into the Dark World around Turtle Rock. Might save me a bit of time and we'll find a few more items. So yeah, that pretty much sums up a lot of opinions on the games. So yeah, I probably would like Breath of the Wild more if there was a bit more to do in the overworld. Still a pretty solid game all round. It's just kind of... To quote Henry Blake after a cold snap has meant that absolutely everything that can be burned has been, including pretty much everything in his office. I'm speaking to you from inside a great big empty. And that is the biggest problem I have with Breath of the Wild, that it's just... there's not much there. It's kind of as bare... but in some ways, it's kind of as bare bones as the original. Or all the excellent space it does have isn't always filled up as well as it could be. But let's move on. So, I've written down sort of a list of some of my favourite characters throughout the series. Oh, that's right, wrong way. So, Ganondorf is generally my favourite character in the series. Especially Wind Waker Ganondorf, who I've already discussed and why I think he makes a really interesting villain. The sense of personality you get, that he's more than just an evil overlord. That he's a guy who knows that he's done terrible things. And yet he's still persevering, even though he knows that what he's doing is ultimately wrong. He's still doing it just almost for his people, just as if to say, I finally did it. I finally got you that land you truly deserved. He's gone about it the wrong way. He knows he's been terribly misguided. But compared to Twilight Princess, where he pretty much murdered everyone, or at least it's implied he did, and definitely in the backstory for this, there's some sense that that Ganondorf may still be doing what he is. Oh. He's doing what he is for his people. And then, of course, there's Marin. Marin is genuinely interesting. There's so much charm and character to her. You can find out some really interesting sort of little bits of characterization when you talk to Marin in different places and do different things. You'll find that she's very good at the crane game, for one thing. She doesn't like heights. She can be quite critical of Link's Ocarina playing. There are these little sassy, sort of very different bits of her personality that really stand out. Okay, so we're getting good but not great items. There we go! Hammer time changes the game. Looks like I am off to the Swamp Palace because we can clear that. How are we looking on... Probably wouldn't mind another key for Turtle Rock because we'll get a bit stuck otherwise. We'll wait a while there and then we can move on to the Swamp Palace. What is up here? See, Marin's got a lot of charm and character and hidden little quirks to her. But her story's also very sad. I can also go around here and get... I can go and get the item from whatever's... where the... what's its thing? Where the Cane of Burner would be. And then I can return to the Light World. So yeah, there is a certain sense of tragedy to Marin's story, really. She's definitely an interesting character. But almost that feeling of sort of being so different. There's definitely something that stands out about Marin. I'm not going to make it out of this cave alive, which is a bit of a problem. Actually, I am. I got a bottle with blue potion. It is a key to the Dark Palace, but we don't have the big key, so there's no point going back. We can top up on our potions later. Mission complete. Not a bad key to get, all things considered. Let's actually go up here before I return so I'm not getting bombarded with boulders. Destination, Link's house at last. There we are. Force of habit going in there. Not entirely sure how I'm doing on time. I should have been paying attention to what the actual time was, but we're doing alright. So yeah, after Marin is probably one of the best examples of character development for the series, Linebeck, your ally in Phantom Hourglass. Linebeck may be greedy and self-centered, but he does have his heart in the right place in the long run. And on top of that, he also gets some of the best comedic moments in the series. He is kind of goofy. We know he's a definite coward. But there's a lot more to him than that, and at the same time, he plays up a lot of really fun elements. You get some really nice little background moments, like when the fate of Tetra is being discussed by Oshus. You can see Linebeck leaning on Tetra, and all of a sudden, while Link is concentrating on what Oshus says, Linebeck knocks Tetra over, falls over himself, and hastily manages to get her standing back up while polishing the dirt off her. Ah, man, now, going into... If the aesthetic style of the Swamp Palace remains the same, the water looks the same colour as that. So Linebeck is a lot of fun because you really do get to see him growing and developing through the course of the series. Now this, if only I wouldn't wind up getting some sort of copyright strike, I feel like I should have... Maybe I'll put a little link to it if there's an official video for it. Maybe I should put... Oh, the small key to Thieves Town. We can quickly go back there. I'd love to have the music Into the Sewers from Joel McNeely's score for the Shadows of the Empire multimedia project playing. Part of Into the Sewers was used as the level theme for, appropriately enough, Sewers of Imperial City. In the novel, this was where Luke, Dash, Lando, and Chewie tried to infiltrate Shizor's palace by going through the Coruscant sewers. They have somebody helping them out, Dash's contact by the name of Benedict Vidkun, which, if it's intentional, there's a really, really clever touch that Steve Perry, the author of the book, put in there. Because when it hits you, you'll actually realise that those are the first names of two extremely notable traitors throughout history. Benedict Arnold, who tried to sell out the American Revolution, and Vidkun Quisling, who I think it was Norway. I think he effectively helped sell Norway out to the Nazis. So that was actually a really, really clever touch that when it sinks in and you realise what's going on, you go, that's actually really brilliant. Took me quite a long time to realise that. But yeah, Joel McNeely's score, even though he wrote it in a couple of weeks and admitted he wasn't quite satisfied with it, it is still fantastic. I mean, even the colour scheme of this whole area is reminding me of the level Sewers of Imperial City. The only thing I don't have is Dianogas. But yeah, this is bringing back... This is an amazing nostalgia trip for me. It's really nicely done. Once again, to all the people who worked on this randomizer project, you are amazing. Ah, there's the heart container from the Sanctuary. It's the only one in this game that recovers your health. Whoops, let's go up here. What is in this? It is a key for Turtle Rock. That'll probably... We've got the big key for it. That'll make navigating it pretty easy. And we can go through the Ice Palace as well. We're not too far from that. So yeah, Linebeck, definitely a very interesting... Definitely an interesting and fun character, for my money anyway. Then we've got a character that I like the design of and think was really underused and probably wasn't that challenging a boss fight. I really liked Burns' design in Spirit Tracks. He looked like a pretty cool antagonist, and I just wish they'd done more with him, that he was a more challenging fight, because it's not really doing that much damage to you, so I can kind of see why he wanted to get more power and sort of effectively sold the Locomo and tried to sell out the Locomo for power. He's strong enough to beat Alfonso, but when you fight him, I don't think he was very much of a challenge, if I remember correctly. Which is sad. But still, I think it just sort of helps emphasize the fact that so many characters in Spirit Tracks were really underused, and I would have loved the longer game to see more development with them. I think it's Rail, the one who oversees the Sand Temple. I really like the fact that he brings up the mysterious powers Cuckoos can have. That was fun. That was a really nice little touch. Sort of developing official lore for why the Cuckoos do what they do maybe isn't necessary, strictly speaking, but it's still fun. The map of East Palace. We probably don't need all the money. Key to Turtle Rock. I think we could satisfactorily take on Turtle Rock, though I'd really like the Golden Sword. And probably a bit more health, because Trinex can be dangerous. Yeah, anyway, I think Burn is definitely underutilized and could be a pretty interesting character. C is probably a personal favorite because, well, physical appearance. But just the concept I like, the concept behind her I like as well. Like, it must suck being anybody who's interested in Link, or anyone who's interested in Zelda, because you know that Destiny is not going to go your way. They're just going to get together because Destiny says so, and there's not much imagination in it, at least as far as I'm concerned. I've never really been a big fan of the male protagonist gets together with female protagonist every time thing, in all fairness. Probably because I think it's a bit of a cliche, not because I have any real problems with shipping and things like that. Do not get involved. It gets ugly very quickly and it won't end well. So yeah, it's... But I also like the way Sia actually played as a character. That was definitely a lot of fun. She got a good ending in the 3DS version, and because it was kind of unfortunate what happened to her, but she did essentially sort of set herself up for things being hijacked by Ganon. Plenty of lessons out of that one, I guess. And then, well, I think partly due to Hyrule Warriors and partly due to the fact that he has does overall have a pretty enjoyable and entertaining personality. Darunia became one of my favourite characters. Now, I don't know, but for whatever reason, probably because it's a bit of a spoof of the apparently largely patriarchal society Gorons appear to have. We don't know if there actually are any female Gorons in canon work. I'm reminded of Lord of the Rings when Gimli is mentioning the common belief that there aren't actually any dwarf women and Aragorn jokes that it's the beards. For whatever reason, I've got it in my head that Gorons are essentially like the Zelda version of Saxton Hale, and there's a massive, massive focus on manliness and things like that. To the point of stupidity, and maybe that deliberately ridiculous change in their personality probably makes me enjoy the Gorons on kind of a silly scale, because I'd never really paid that much attention to the Gorons before all that. It's a lot easier if you just sort of switch off and go for the comedic approach. I don't know why I do these things sometimes. It's just me goofing around. But yeah, anyway, Darunia's kind of fun because he's the sort of character who's got your back in a difficult situation, even if he's on the ropes. Darunia definitely puts in work to help you out with handling Volvagia. He at least tries. He puts in his best for his people. So aside from my comedic focus on Goron's exaggerating manliness to the point of testosterone poisoning, Darunia is genuinely a good friend and the sort of bloke you want at your back, really. That's pretty much the long and short of it. So let's go and see what the item we had in Thieves' Town was. Still not an opportunity to get into Skull Woods, if I remember correctly. We don't have the last key. We don't really have anywhere to go in the Dark Palace because we don't have the big key. We can't get the big chest. I suppose Naburu is kind of an interesting one as well. I do wish they'd done a bit more with Naburu. Like, you've got a good personality for Darunia, but all we really know about Naburu is that she embodies the noble thief type. That's pretty much it, and it's kind of sad. Again, I like her for the same reasons I like Burn. Interesting character I feel they need to do more with. And then, I don't think I really got into writing 10 because I might have got distracted from my lists and things. But again, another character I think I really wish they'd done more with is Egos du Ikana. I want to know about the Ikana Kingdom. I want to know about its heyday. I want to know the reasons behind why the Garrow was spying on it. I want to know so much about that area and the characters there. There have been some really neat Fanon explanations as well, and I appreciate those. There's a lot of work that goes into those. But I suppose I should probably look into them sometime because there would be some pretty good fan explanations. But I am just legitimately curious about it all. Not to mention, the fight against Egos is a lot of fun, and there's a bit of character to him. For example, it's a fun bit of trivia that you can actually use the Bremen mask to make his lackeys follow you. Start playing the Ocarina and they will actually start following you. If you actually try this on Egos, he won't be impressed and he'll kick you away. Then when you find Egos himself, if you have the captain's hat and you put that on, Egos will actually pause temporarily and remark on seeing Captain Keita again. But then he'll realise that you're too small to be Captain Keita. and he'll have a little comment about you trying to fool him. They've obviously got some interesting bits of personality there for Egos. So I really wish that was officially built on, because, to be honest, there'd be quite a bit there. And being able to build on the Garrow would be very interesting too. So yeah, that's probably it for what I wrote down on my list of favourite characters. Big key for East Palace. Nice. Let's get over there. See what those last two items are. And then we can move on to my favourite dungeons for something different. Because these are always going to be an integral part of any Zelda adventure. I've mentioned it before, but the Spirit Temple is my favourite. I love its aesthetic. Wait, why did I do that? I absolutely love the Spirit Temple's overall aesthetic. I love the music. I love the mirror shield. I love the boss fight against Katake and Kume. Just overall, it feels like a really well-designed dungeon that is... It's got some interesting insights into the Gerudo culture. But it's just a really fun and well-designed dungeon on top of that. It's a big plus for me. And sort of somewhat similar deal with the Wind Temple. Everything about it is a big plus with me. I love that sort of that airy, almost ethereal music that comes through it. The beautiful use of woodwind and strings in there. I like Makar as well. And I liked being able to... I liked all the little things you could do with him, even though the Floor Masters could get a bit frustrating along the way. It was still a really fun dungeon with a fantastic design, a beautiful aesthetic, a great boss fight. There's just so much to love about that one. It really does stand out very well. Then from this game, I've got the Misery Mire. Because it's got some pretty interesting concepts, and while it's a bit of a labyrinth, it's also a very cleverly set up labyrinth that if you know your way around it, you can make the dungeon pretty easy. That it's kind of like... The Misery Mire is essentially an embodiment of playing the game and improving. At first, you're going to be stumbling around, you're going to be lost. You won't know where you're going. But once you get the rhythm, once you know what you're doing, the game there's so much that sort of rewards you for playing really well. And that's what I appreciate about it. It's got a nice design. The Swamp of Evil itself looks absolutely fantastic, especially as I've mentioned, given the fantastic color palette it got. Sometimes you'll get some amazing color palettes for it that just look even better. Taken down from the word go. So yeah, I just like the overall feel of the Misery Mire. I think it's an interesting dungeon, and Vitreous is a good boss fight. Then we've got the Lenaru mining facility. It was probably going to be this or the sand ship from Skyward Sword. Because in all fairness, they are pretty interesting dungeons. I like the time shift stone mechanic. I like the way the music changes so much and how everything comes back to life. I just think it's a really interesting and creatively made dungeon. Something about it just sort of struck a chord with me. And as a result, I had a lot of fun with it. Then of course the Stone Tower Temple in Majora's Mask. I love the way the actual tower is worked into the dungeon. I love the sense of mystery behind the whole thing. Sort of the why is it there? Who built it? For what purpose? All the fan theories that have come up from it. Even some of them, well, they vary spectacularly. Probably one of the most common ones is that it's analogous to the Tower of Babel. But thing is, Christianity is not that big in Japan, so... Well, there's our 1 rupee. Whether it is connected to that or not remains somewhat up for debate. My own theory is that it was designed to hold Majora's Mask. It was where that was sealed away, because the light arrows are Majora's Mask's weakness. They're kept up there. And Egos Duikana says that thousands of soldiers from his kingdom could not breach the fortress. Well, he actually says hundreds tried, if I'm going to be pedantic about things. Basically, it sounds like the Stone Tower Temple was meant to keep people out, not let them get in. Because you need a special song to even get there in the first place. But it's a really, really good way of integrating the overworld with the actual dungeon. It's a touch I appreciate a great deal, and I genuinely enjoy the dungeon as a result. The idea of turning everything upside down, literally, is really good as well. It would be pretty cool if you could do more things like that. But we have what we have. Then we've got the Sword and Shield Maze from Oracle of Seasons. I could have put the Ancient Tomb in here, but Sword and Shield Maze uses the fire and ice mechanic that's popped up a few times really well. It also gives you the Hyper Slingshot, which is a really, really useful weapon. And it has some pretty good boss fights along the way. It's a genuinely entertaining dungeon that uses its setup really well, and is a great culmination to the main adventure of Oracle of Ages. Let's put that down there and I'll grab a drink. The old throat does get a bit dry. Money and life. Let's throw our empty bottle in and see what we get. Blue potion. Handy to remember that. Fairy fountains that you can throw things into, randomize what you get. Alright, well, we're pretty much set to go to Turtle Rock. But why not the Ice Palace? Let's go to the Ice Palace and see what we can find there. Because we still need one more key for Skullwoods. I'm well kitted up for the fight with Cold Stare. We should go pretty well. So yeah, sometimes the Game Boy dungeons don't get as much attention, but Sword and Shield Maze really did use the fire and ice dichotomy very well. I appreciate that dungeon a lot. Then, whoa, red ice again. After that, because this is in no particular order, though I will admit that Wind Temple and Spirit Temple are number 1 and 2 respectively on the list. I've got the Face Shrine. This is counting the Southern Shrine as well, because this is where Link's Awakening gets really existential. They're beautifully done moments. The revelations in those scenes will really hit you hard. It's when you know that, like, maybe you're starting to ask questions. Is what I'm doing right? So, because of that pivotal turning point, the somber music, the way it sets the atmosphere so beautifully. Good lord, this is a lurid dungeon. It sets everything up so well, and I cannot appreciate it enough for that. Then, interestingly enough, even though I'm not a huge fan of the game, I have Divine Beast Varnaboris, and the broader chase around that, if I'm allowed to include that. And let's be honest, I want to. Basically, the battle with Varnaboris when you're travelling behind Riju as she uses the Thunder Helm, you are basically fighting the Zelda equivalent of an AT-AT. It really, being a Star Wars fan, I give it the nod as my favourite Divine Beast because it feels like the Battle of Hoth in a sense. It feels like you're basically chasing down an Imperial Walker. Probably not an AT-AT, closer to an AT-M6, one of the big gorilla walkers seen at the end of the Battle of Crate in The Last Jedi. Like, either way, you know they're a big threat. Like, I honestly get the feeling like there should be like a squadron of X-Wings taking on walkers and their TIE fighter escort, and the whole thing just feels amazing. It's such a wonderfully done set piece. I might be a bit grumpy about some things with Breath of the Wild, but that always gets my praise. And then we have the Thieves' Hideout from A Link Between Worlds. Another really well done dungeon. The music is amazing. The strings in that really ramp up the tension, and you've got some interesting little moments that just enhance the fun even more. When you're travelling down through the dungeon, you'll realise that there's a switch that triggers a gigantic trapdoor. There is absolutely nothing to use it on. But when you actually get there, when you're rescuing the girl and helping to take her out of the dungeon, you'll be mugged by various enemies in that room. You can fight them off if you want. Or you can flick that switch and dump them all down the trapdoor, which was a really, really clever touch. Very creatively done. And the fact that the boss fight mixes things up so well is really appreciated too. That's a definite gem. And then probably the last one I'd pick, even though it's a complete pain in the ass, is the Great Palace, because it's a seriously challenging labyrinthine dungeon that I don't think the series has really replicated. Probably for good reason, because actually getting through it is torment. Because you have no map, you have no way of knowing where to go. Oh, that's handy. There's the shovel, we can get one item. It's an interesting dungeon. It helped introduce us to Dark Link. So I think we owe the Great Palace a fair bit. Pretty good music too. Aha! Now we're talking. And then probably the next thing I'd be discussing is music. Because the games do have some pretty good soundtracks. This one, I'll admit, is a bit limited along the way, but there are still some very good tracks for it. But I'd probably say I'd pick 5 out of each one to discuss. Just a bit of money. Probably starting with Link's Awakening, because that has the most that has the first really expansive soundtrack. Some of the dungeon music is really, really good. Catfish's More is very nice because it's urging you on, it's ramping up a little bit of tension, but it's enthusiastic and energetic as well. It's almost like it's psyching you up for what's about to happen, which is very appropriate because it comes very close to the big reveal. And it is, in all fairness, a pretty entertaining dungeon. Mabe Village's theme, especially in the remake, it's absolutely gorgeous. It's gentle, it's peaceful, it's really entertaining. It's something you could just sit there and listen to for hours. In all fairness, you could probably do the same thing with the theme that plays at the start of the game before you go and get your sword. That one's an absolute gem too. Ah, Skullwood's big key. We still do not have a regular key. Because we need that one regular key to proceed. So yeah, some very, very nice moments sort of with Mabe Village. Then the similar Face Shrine and Eagle's Tower themes. The somber manner. The somber manner which those dungeons take on as you get closer and closer to waking up the Windfish. Closer and closer to potentially destroying the entire island. They're very beautiful, very melancholy themes. They really help enhance the game, I feel. Then you've got Ballad of the Windfish as a given because that is the game's signature theme. And then the first stage of the final boss, which was really ramped up in the remakes. It was the final boss got a new unique theme in the remake because otherwise the second stage was basically just a redux of the mini boss battle theme, which was really sad. So actually getting a unique theme was really good. Just enhanced things that little bit more. Then we move on to Ocarina of Time, which has a truly spectacular soundtrack. I'm definitely picking the Spirit Temple's theme because I love that. The Forest Temple for its almost slightly, it's haunting, almost slightly definitely it's that little bit unsettling. A strange sense of familiarity, yet very unsettling as you realise just how much damage Ganon has done to the forest. It's quite beautifully done. It's an amazing piece of music in all fairness. I definitely have to say Ganon's battle theme. Ganondorf's is pretty good, but Ganon's is a definite winner. Just a compass. Gerudo Valley's definitely a winner. Love the guitar in that, and even though there have been remixes, I will always stick by the original. I'm pretty adamant in that regard, if I'm going to be honest. I think Turtle Rock should probably be the next destination. Definitely should be the next destination. We might actually have to leave Ganon's Tower for some things. How many crystals do I have anyway? 6 out of the 7. Not too shabby. So we can plunder Ganon's Tower pretty quickly, I think. Turtle Rock is a nuisance, but if you can clear it out in one sweep, it's all good. Have I actually... I haven't got any of the pendants. Alrighty, so we know that there is a pendant in... we know there's a pendant in Skullwoods. I know there's a pendant in the Tower of Hera. So it is definitely not necessary to beat it in order to just complete the randomizer, but the rules are I must beat every dungeon. So yeah, I've mentioned I enjoyed Gerudo Valley. I really love the music for the fight against Ganon. That sense of... it's almost despair, hopelessness, the idea that you just cannot defeat this behemoth. I really, really love the atmosphere in that fight. And even for all that, you overcome the sheer force of the King of Evil. And you win anyway. It's a magnificent final battle. I don't necessarily agree with the idea of having the hero lose to create one of the timelines, but it is what Nintendo decided, and we just roll with it. Alright, let's blast this open. So yeah, Gerudo Valley is just perfect for that particular area, and I suppose I'd pick some of the boss fight themes as the other one. They do have some pretty good music. I like the mini-boss theme. I tend to associate it with the Iron Knuckles. Ooh. Black and white movie? This is a neat palette. Yeah, this makes for a really cool effect. I had this on some of the dungeons in the previous run. That really neat grayscale palette just... it almost adds to the sense of menace, and given that I did a randomizer for like 4 hours yesterday, and then I'm doing this today, I think I'm starting to lose my voice. I'm gonna have to be really quiet, but the fact that this randomizer has been nicer to me is something big. And there's also the fact that I've had more to talk about. My thoughts have been more coherently phrased today. So we've got key to Ganon's Tower. Let's keep on rolling. Little bit faster and we can top our magic up. So yeah, from Majora's Mask, the Song of Healing is kind of a given. It's one of the most beautiful and sad songs pretty much in the entire series. It's a magnificent piece of music. It's really, really lovely and it's strangely relaxing in spite of the sad scenes. I mean, you are more than allowed to get a bit misty-eyed in some of those moments where it plays. There's absolutely no shame in that. Then because I absolutely love the region, I'd pick Ikana Castle. It does have this wonderful sense of grandeur to it. Like, it's desperately trying to recapture the former glory days of the Kingdom of Ikana. And there is that something special about it, for me anyway. Okay, let's get downstairs before I get slaughtered by chain chomps. Yeah, it has this really majestic sound to it. It's proud, it's strong, it's like Egos to Ikana is desperately trying to hang on to the glory days of his kingdom. And I love that I love it because of that. It's really nicely done. The themes for the stone tower itself are fantastic as well. Suitably strange and mysterious. Yeah, there maybe is a bit of green. It's not pure grayscale, but it's still a nice look nonetheless. Oh, 3 for the price of 1. Nearly got the 4. Ah! Damn, I'm doing badly here. There we are. Topped up and gotta find that pokey. I think they're pokies? Well, there's the key. We got that pretty easily. So yeah, Ikana Castle, definitely a personal favourite. The Stone Tower, and the Great Bay Temple as well. It was kind of an interesting piece of music. It just seems to really suit the level well. It's a bit of an unusual dungeon in all fairness, but it's a pretty good one. The way everything is set up really does make it sound like the music was designed for the fact it's a gigantic pumping station. So yeah, having the music suit the mood, definitely a plus for me. And then probably the boss battle theme would be one that genuinely stands out for me, especially when you're fighting Goat. Not only that, but Gyorg as well. Because it suits Goat because it's like a fierce, intense race. And it suits Gyorg because I think the strings underneath it feel like the Jaws theme is being referenced. It's perfect for battling that gigantic fish. So you usually need the bow to take out these. Or would Bombos take them out? Surprisingly, no. Well, that took care of that. Didn't know they were immune to the Bombos medallion. It's weird that those things are Gorrias. No idea why they're suddenly Gorrias. The mustachioed boomerang throwers of the first 2 games were a lot more characterful and interesting than those things. Well, a shield would have been there, so it's entirely possible we could have got the mirror shield from that. Oh well, life goes on. And we bomb our way through. Only having the level 1 boomerang is a bit annoying. But we make it work. Heart container, always good. Down we go. I don't have the mirror shield, but I do have blue potion. So we can utilize invisibility to make it past all the lasers, unless, of course, there's an easy way to wind up getting the mirror shield. which is sadly at its most useful in its game in that room. It gives you hardly any protection against anything else, which really sucks. Shields would actually start being useful again, to be fair to Zelda 2, and I guess the original. Your shield kind of meant something in the original 2 games. Okay, so answer me, if I'm invisible, how do the lasers still see me? Are they movement-based? Ah, nice. Let's skull this. No, it's a bit of a waste, but I can get freebies at the pyramid. Fell off again. So get the hard hat beetle. Rightio, nearly ready to tackle the boss. Through this last door. Yeah, then I'd move on to the Oracle games for interesting soundtracks now. There are some which appear in both games. For example, the theme that plays for the Sea of No Return, as the area is known in Oracle of Ages, the area around Ancient Tomb, is also played when the pirates set sail from Samasa Desert in Oracle of Seasons. You can hear it more often in Ages compared to Seasons, but Seasons also lets you hear the Pirates theme, so those two are on my list of favourite tracks. The Ancient Tomb is a really good theme for the final dungeon as far as I'm concerned, because it just has that wonderful sense of sort of menacing foreboding that you're stumbling into something and you don't really know what's in there. It's sort of that fear of the unknown, that sinister darkness of a massive burial site. Please stay in the one spot so I can kill you. Rightio, there we are. And there we go. Fairly easy. So yeah, Ancient Tomb sets the mood really nicely. Moonlit Grotto, the third dungeon, is a very, very upbeat piece. Nice! I'll quickly go through the Tower of Hera and then we'll head straight into Ganon's Tower. Only 2 more dungeons to beat. We're setting a cracking pace here. But I still have 3 major inventory items to get. Well, 4 if you count the bottle. I didn't need to do that, but that was a point of pride. Right, well, we'll open up Ganon's Tower and then... Obviously, the items we're getting from the Ether Medallion and the Bomos Medallion are not very important. In we go, and up we go. So yeah, Moonlit Grotto almost sounds like it could be a really awesome rock or metal number. It sounds like, even in 8-bit, it should have a great guitar to it. There really is something special about it, and it's probably one of my favorite pieces from the entire Oracle game soundtrack, if not my actual absolute favorite. I might hit that just for future use. The Overworld's past theme is another one I really like, because I think the present Overworld theme, like the Holodrum Overworld theme, is basically the same one as Link's Awakening. But the past one feels a bit more like the original Legend of Zelda. Oh, silver arrows. It feels more like the original Zelda's Overworld theme. It was really, really nice. It added to that sort of sense of nostalgia thing. A really, really good creative touch on the developer's part. A lot to appreciate. So we've got that, and probably the Black Tower. It's got a sense of dread, a sense of menace, but at the same time it's sort of psyching you up. You're ready to storm the castle. It's time to save the day. And it really does stand out as a great piece of music for me. It's just really enjoyable. There's a lot of nice things to be found about the Game Boy soundtracks if you look. Alright, one more pass. There we go. That's how you beat Moldorm. Come in with the best kit and play him. Well, I'm not sure how we're going on time. Let's get all up on Ganon's tower and get rolling. So yeah, from Oracle of Seasons, the unique themes would be Tarm Ruins, a very beautiful melancholy piece. Key to Misery Maya, which we don't really need. It's sort of... It really does feel like it's music for an age gone by. That there's almost sadness at the wonderful civilization that was lost, all the knowledge. Things like that. There's just something special about it. Oh, that didn't work. Trying to be smart. Alright, and room wipe. Don't have the patience. Bug catching net at long last. There we go, there's our last key for Skull Woods. And the big key of the Dark Palace. We've got the big key of Skull Woods, so I can make it back there pretty easily. So yeah, while I'm concentrating, apart from the Tarm Ruins, we'll move out of the way of that, move down here, go in here and get whatever is in the map chest. Cane of Burner I tend to use because it's a bit more economical on magic. Whoa, nearly ran off the edge. Yeah, after that we've got the Dancing Dragon Dungeon, which is a really, really groovy piece. It does make you feel like getting up and dancing. It's energetic, it's entertaining, it really lifts your spirits. It fits the dungeon so well. The Horon Village theme is pretty nice too. It feels like Mabe Village's theme. Ah, we got the magic boomerang. That'll come in handy. Might not have paid attention to when we got that, so sorry, I've been using the standard one. And across there. More bombs. Which we will need to get. Yes, Horon Village reminded me a bit of Mabe Village. It was peaceful, it was relaxing, it was somewhere you can come home to and experience the changing seasons. I really, really do like that. There's just something nice about it. And there's something nice about the Subrosia theme too. It's nice and quirky, it fits the strange but oddly welcoming nature of that world very well. Then we move on to Wind Waker, and you can't have Wind Waker without the Great Sea. And the Cursed Sea variant as well. The Great Sea is essentially... that piece of music is like an embodiment of exploration. It's an embodiment of the sense of discovery and getting out on a big adventure that Wind Waker truly represents. I love it to bits. It's just a really, really nicely done piece, honestly. I don't think they could have gone with much more grandeur. Well, that didn't go quite as planned. We need to bomb jump across. Get rid of that. And there we are. Magic powder. Chest, 20 rupees, and down we go. So yeah, the Cursed Sea is pretty good as well, because it helps emphasize that Ganon's influence is growing and slowly getting more powerful. It's quite a nice menacing piece in all fairness. So yeah, once we've got that, it has been a while since I've heard the Cursed Sea, but it still works really well just for letting you know that things are not right in the world. There's the Book of Medora. So once I've finished the first floor, I'll duck out, grab Ether. And we should be good to go. The Wind Temple and Mulgera's theme definitely get on there. As I've said, I love sort of the... Oh no, I don't have the big key! Damn it! I can't believe I didn't pay attention to that. Oh no. Oh, if that's in the Dark Palace, I will be a little sad. But I did need to come here. That will make life easier. If I can get to the blasted fairy. Got to weave around the Wallmaster. Yeah. Mulgera's theme is really... It suits the feel of the dungeon. I think it uses similar instruments to the actual Wind Temple theme, or some similar instruments anyway. And it just really pumps you up for the battle, and it's a great fight. I mean, you're fighting against a giant sandworm that's braying like a psychotic donkey. And those gigantic jaws make it look really menacing. It's such a good fight, really. It's a great fight that wraps up a great dungeon and beautiful music all round, really. That's probably the major perk of... That's one of the major perks of the Wind Temple, the absolutely gorgeous music. Two for the price of one. Nice shot. And then Then we've got Phantom Ganon's theme, which is really, really good. It's actually a mix of Ganon's battle theme from A Link to the Past and Ganondorf's battle from Ocarina of Time, which is a really, really nice touch. It adds to the connection, but it's also really, really cool because it kind of establishes Phantom Ganon as, like, the big threat. Don't think I have any more chests to get through here, but I do have a key I need to get. Might need to go invisible onto this one. But I don't think there are any more chests after this, if I remember correctly. So let's step outside and get the Ether Medallion. And then, easily one of the best tracks in the game is Dragon Roost Island, which returned... Oh good, I've got full items. Bottle with a fairy. Now we want to go to the Dark Palace again. Do I go to Skullwood? I go to Skullwoods first. I've got a bit of time. I have all the bottles. I've got all the inventory items. I didn't include I did get every heart piece on the regular run. So I suppose I should do that. I really don't like some of the collision damage in this. The way the sword beam interrupts the interrupts the damage from your... I didn't mean to fall in there. But hook shot. Thought I pressed the button for the hookshot, apparently I was wrong. These things do happen. I am wrong way more often than I'd like to be. But we will need alternate methods of dealing with Mothula. think I have to use the blasted hammer. Because Mothula is hard-coded to not take damage from the spikes, which are treated as level 4 damage, equivalent to the golden sword. So Mothula doesn't take damage from the golden sword. At least I think that's the case. It was fixed in the Game Boy Advance re-release. And away we go, we are almost there. So yeah, Dragon Roost Island is deservedly iconic and wound up coming back as the theme for Rito Village in Breath of the Wild. And it is a very, very beautiful piece of music done in sort of a South American style. Trigger that into coming after me. It's very relaxing, very peaceful, and its return is always welcome. Walked onto the wrong bloody bit of floor. Well, let's go. That's annoying. Oh, my shooting has gone to blazes. Could have picked a better word. And no more wasting time. Let's get this boss fight over and done with. Wait. Ugh. I wasn't sure if I was hurting it or not. Alrighty, we got full health. Let's see what Shamalama Ding Dong has for us. Especially since we need to head out that way. That's satisfying. Now let's get on to some of the music from Four Swords Adventures. Lake Hylia, right from the start, is a very beautiful piece of music. Kind of underrated. It's very good for setting you out on your journey. It's kind of relaxing, but there's a bit There's a bit of energy to it as well. We just got bombs. I don't think he's ever had anything useful. It's a very lovely piece of music. Music like Hylia, and Hyrule Fields really ramps up. Like, Hyrule Fields could take a place in Breath of the Wild, in all fairness. It's a lovely bit of music. It's sort of nostalgic in its own way. It's very lovely. It feels like it's something a bit different, but it's still setting a good identity for a Hyrule Field theme piece. It's definitely very underrated. There are some really good tracks. Hold on, just a tick. And there we are. Sorry about that. Just had to make a little adjustment. You've got some really gorgeous piece of music, like the theme for the level that's just the swamp. It's absolutely magnificent. It's beautiful and melancholy. It sounds something like it could be out of Metroid Fusion at first, giving you that really eerie sense that things are not right. And that, on its own, is a really, really magnificent style. It's very well done. There's one thing in here I can't get if I want to go to the boss. So I'll do the most constructive things. The combination of the harp and piano that the swamp builds up to is truly spectacular. It's a remarkable piece of music, and there are some really chilling moments in that particular level. Like when you find that a girl was abandoned by her friends and has essentially become a ghost. That's really evil. That's really horrible of them. Gotta go around this way. Nope, through here. Then around here for the chest, which is 20 rupees. Nearly ready to get to the boss fight. We'll make short work of the Helmasaur King. Yeah, the swamp's exceptionally beautiful. Frozen Hyrule is really nice. It's sort of an ice-themed remix of the standard Dark World theme, which is fair enough. There's sort of stereotypical instrumentation for ice levels, and it uses most of that, but it manages to be kind of relaxing as well. And I'm also really biased towards the Dark World theme. It's one of my favourite pieces of music in the entire series. So tell you what, we'll walk back to the start from here and go and find the boss, so we can get whatever is in the Master Sword's pedestal. Of course, the big question is, what if Big Key for Ganon's Tower? Silver arrows fortunately take these out in one shot. And speaking of Ganon, the fight with Ganon has some really awesome music in the Four Swords Adventures. It's basically a really built up and and energized version of Ganon's theme from this game. Always worth a listen, in my opinion. A lot of recognizable themes from across the series do pop up, but it's very nice hearing them remixed in various ways and used in the way they do. And then Minish Cap. I mean, where do you start? The soundtrack for the whole game is beautiful. There's the somewhat melancholy Temple of Droplets for one, a really beautiful ice-themed... Well, really beautiful ice-themed music. The level is a pain in the backside and I hate ice physics. But overall, a very, very nice piece of music. The Cloud Tops is an amazing, triumphant, spectacular piece of music that is really good for getting to the last area of the game and knowing that you're pretty much almost there. It's like, keep going, you're amazing, you've done so well. Definitely a lot to appreciate about that one. Then we've got Minish Woods, which is just gorgeous. Sets up the tone for the soundtrack really well. It's like, this is going to be beautiful music. So yeah, that's absolutely magnificent. Then you've got things like Mount Crenel, a really good triumphant piece. It's like, the going is tough, but you can do this. Perfect for scaling a huge mountain peak. Really. Very, very inspiring, and the battle themes for Vati are excellent as well. Because it's like, you know he's an incredibly tough opponent. You know it's going to be a challenge, but you have to do it, and you're doing it in style. There we go. I tend to get a bit reckless when I face the Helmasaur King later on. Let's see what the Bonos Medallion would have yielded us. So, we've cleared pretty much everywhere. Just need to get the big key for Ganon's tower. For once, I don't think there's anywhere I've forgotten, which is really nice. It would make sense if I needed the book to enter Ganon's castle to get the Book of Medora to get the big key for Ganon's tower. Set our mirror. Unfortunately, I'm not really sure. I think I'm coming up to time. I think the regular run is going to win. Right, I will need to get the magic powder too. So let's go to Kakariko Village and do that. So, we got the big key of Ganon's tower. I have a little bit of cleanup to do. Gotta get half magic and gotta get the whatever's underneath all the stakes. Thank you. Because I still need 3 hard pieces and presumably a hard container. And they will probably be up at the peak of Ganon's tower. Let's see what we get here. Let's equip the hammer. So yeah, music-wise, Twilight Princess does have a lot of memorable themes going for it. Can't say I'm necessarily a fan of Midna's theme, but there are some things like, for example, the final battle with Ganondorf that I think the Twilight Princess symphonic movement that is part of the Symphony of Goddesses concert and was part of a CD that came with Skyward Sword. I think that was definitely done better when it came to that orchestrated version. That was just phenomenal. Though I do like Hyrule Field, the Hyrule Castle theme is excellent as it slowly grows from a somber version of the Hyrule Castle music to Ganon's theme. That's really well done. Hyrule Field is just a lot of fun anyway, even though the symphonic movement does it that bit better. And Death Mountain's theme I really like because it ties in with my stupid concept of Goron exaggerated manliness. Right, now let's get back up the mountain. We've got almost everything. A compass I refused to get might have been the compass for Ganon's tower. Times like this, I really do wish they had that warp-pointed turtle rock because it's so annoying backtracking. Like, when you have to do that for the randomizer, you lose so much time if you're trying to get it done quickly. I'll probably be a little bit quieter towards the end, in all fairness. Because after yesterday and today, my throat is getting rather sore. No time to chase that. Oh, great. Right. And of course, the one that's turned to stone has nothing happen to it. But yes, you can turn those enemies to stone. I mean, into slimes with the Quake Medallion, and it is satisfying. I haven't got the Mirror Shield, which is admittedly not necessary to beat the game. Got to get whatever's in the big chest. sadly means taking a very roundabout route. Having to go in here to get the big key was definitely a problem. Now. Well, that should have worked, but didn't. Ah. Oh. Wait. Oh. Wait, do I have to... Oh, that's dodgy. Fine, we're going this way. Yeah, look, I've definitely lost this one. I don't think I've done badly, all things considered, though. It's been a pretty good run. It's probably been one of the smoothest randomizers I've had, in all fairness. And that's pretty important. Get down, get... Jackass door. Get... Why didn't... Door. Open, not... Why not in? That has got to be some weird vagary of the control system. I was certain I got in there. Well, we made it through. That's what matters. Whoops. And I ran off the edge being enthusiastic. Oh well, we're good. It's fine. We're all good. We're fine. We're all fine here now. How are you? Well... I did get the key there. There is a certain irony in that. Well, at the very least, this has certainly been an interesting experiment. And I think no matter what, regular A Link to the Past is going to win out over the randomizer run. Unless you get an absolute dream run, there are simply too many variables for a randomizer. Don't you just love the ledge gravity? That didn't work. Let's... Alright, shortcuts never work. But yeah, it's been interesting, but I really do think that, as I said, in the long run, the high amount of variables in a randomizer are going to give the regular run the win. All that for money. But I also needed to get through the blasted dungeon too. 1996. The year Pokemon was introduced to Japan. And my voice is going. My voice is 100% going. I can feel it. But I want to keep talking to you all. I've probably faded out a bit on the music. Because, well, I'm probably at the point where I'm running out of steam. Well, back at full health. This room sucks. Alright, well, we'll need Bombos for the rooms to come. Oh, Beamos, I despise them with... There we go. The fact that for whatever reason they're unkillable, I despise them with every fibre of my being. Well, we just have to take a few more knocks. I mean, in all fairness, I probably wasted time on... Probably really wasted time on the regular run. I could do that faster. And like I said, all the variables, I just don't think... Wait, no! Why isn't that trick working? There we go. Gotta change really early. Magic, and there. Oh, well, I've discussed a lot of the music, but I am only up to Twilight Princess on that. So yeah, the hidden skill training music is one I definitely enjoy. It's really nice. It sort of gives you that great feel that you are sparring with a legendary hero, doing something special. It's really good. It stands out particularly well. You only get to hear it about 7 times, but it is very well associated with Link becoming more awesome. Now, the DS games probably don't have as... At least, Phantom Hourglass doesn't have anywhere near as strong a soundtrack. Well, we got maximum magic back. Yeah, but it does have some nice themes. Astrid's theme and definitely Linebeck's theme stand out. The Ghost Ship's theme is another gem. Really ramping up the sense of menace and evil about it. And the final battle themes are actually pretty good. For example, the battle against Bellum himself and the fight against the possessed linebacker. There we go, got rid of them. When it gets the soundtrack right, it really does get it right, but it's not quite as strong as it could be, in all fairness. Like, it's not horrible, but it's a bit repetitive in some spots, and there are some bits which could do better. Still, I'm going to give it credit because those final battle tracks really are good. Especially the bit where Linebacker's possessed by Bellum. Maybe this time. Thank you. And off we go. Oh, this room. This room sucks, especially if you are trying to do an enemy randomizer, because if you get a really crappy enemy in the way there, then you are going to have a bad time trying to get there. Like one of the giant blade traps, for example. The big yellow ones that come after you when you step into their path and will not stop coming after you. I can speak from experience, I've had that happen. It sucks. Ah! I just wanted a little adjustment. Alright, fire rod it is. Nearly there. Been a long journey. Wait, money? More money. This is starting to concern me. Because there is one chest left in here, I'm still lacking 2 heart pieces. And I don't have the mirror shield. That's not right. Now, what have I missed? Did I ever go into Agonar's cave? I don't think I did. Don't think I went into Agonar's cave. But that just creates a few problems for me. Well, Aghanim's dead. But I still have a few problems. First off, did I ever go down from Agonar's cave? I think I got the item that lay south of the... I think I got the item that lay south of the Desert Palace. I definitely haven't been into Agonar's cave. I think I did this, I'm just not 100% sure. Yeah, I did that, but I definitely haven't been to Agonar's cave. Which lends itself to a question. Where in blazes is the other heart piece? Not to mention the mirror shield. I mean, I think I've lost the race by now. Master Sword. Didn't get the Master Sword. Did I ever go back and... I'm pretty sure I talked to the bug-catching kid. Yeah, I'm sure I talked to the bug-catching kid. So I think we gotta... Oh, the shovel! So we've got to go here, we've got to get the shovel, and then we can go and tackle the final boss. Is the Master Sword a heart piece or the mirror shield? It's the mirror shield. Looks like a really autumnal forest, which is really cool. Yeah, the palette swap for this makes it feel like autumn. So I bet we'll find that last heart piece. Where we would dig something up with the shovel. My exact words, it's the shovel. We can get one item. For whatever reason, I did not get that one item. Oh well, we've nearly wrapped it up. So long, suckers. Switch to the shovel. Why is that not a heart piece? Once again, I am presented with the immortal question, what have I missed? What? The mushroom. No, wait, not the mushroom. I got the Ether Medallion. You know what, I've probably just lost the race by now, so I'm really at the point where I've done 2 of these in one sitting in 2 days. My voice is hurting. I'm just gonna go and be the final boss because I really don't care right now. I can't be bothered thinking of it. I got the item on the pyramid, I know that much because I came through here. I simply don't have the drive to work it out. Let's just win the fight and see what happens. We've learned a bit about cheese. Keep going, just stick it to him. Take my knocks. Like, I definitely think this is going to be faster than the last one. I'll quickly get my health topped up. I'll also miss. Ooh, lucky shot. Ganon teleports away. And there we go. We'll get him with one more. And there we are. So that's the run completed. I think I actually did a lot better when I planned out my commentary. There was a lot more to talk about and I could remain calm by focusing on that, though exhaustion was creeping in. And there. I think I'm going to have to edit the Untitled Goose Game honk in there. But another adventure made. Bronzor claims the Triforce once again. And I think I kept my sanity a lot better. So, because that one mentions the return of the king, it's always Fellowship of the Ring or the Two Towers. So there we are, the King of Hyrule, who was murdered by Aghanim, comes back, sits in own pew. I think they're trying to make that sound a bit dirty. Zacharias' homecoming. Nobody seems to want to pronounce his name right. I know I can usually say Sahasrara, but I usually deliberately just say Shamalama Ding Dong. Sometimes there are words where I have to fight to consciously pronounce them incorrectly. If it's force of habit doing certain things, like some of the people I've been watching have had trouble with certain pronunciations, and it's been a bit of a running joke for people. But I have to really force myself to say the mispronunciation if they know they're using it as a running joke. My uncle is healthy. Well, that's certainly good. Life lesson for sale. I hope that radioactive water mutates you into something horrific and you're kept in pain every day. The best item I've ever got was the Cane of Samaria, which was in the failed run, I think. Fungus for life. The twin lumberjacks, as I said before, they are indeed okay. They sleep all night, I presume, but do they work all day? They weren't working for a fair bit. Compass Boy finds boss again. So we didn't actually visit Venus. But she's there if you need her. Dwarven swordsmiths. I got arrows from them. The key-holding kid. Yep, we definitely visited the bug-catching kid. So for the life of me, I just can't remember where that last item would be. Well, there's the odd man we helped out. The beautiful autumn forest. The unknown shield sleeps again. Whew! Be interesting to see the stats. Better than putting on the enemy randomizer at least. Oh boy, does that make some ugly results in the credits. Well, another adventure done. Quite a journey indeed. Hopefully a very entertaining one. I'm pretty sure the randomizer lost the race. I'm going to look a bit stupid in editing if it hasn't. But I think it's the consistency of the regular run. The fact that you don't have to go out of your way. That's probably the big advantage. You've got a set path, you know what to do. Maybe if I honed my skills on a certain randomizer, then I could do it a bit faster. But guess we see what happens. It would be nice to know where that last heart piece was too. Don't think I left very much behind. There were some things I deliberately didn't get. Because usually little things like that one arrow or whatever, they're time wasters. And we'll just roll on. Make sure to thank the amazing people who contribute to this. It really is something spectacular. At least I could theoretically go streaming. Probably not screaming. Screaming was the failed randomizer, which, as I said, is getting uploaded. But boy, this has been an adventure. At least I know theoretically I could press on with streaming for a few hours. I'd probably run out of steam after a while though. And I wouldn't be able to do it every day because my voice is probably shot at this point. So, first sword, 33 minutes in. Pegasus boots, 19. Flute, an hour and 2. Mirror, yeah, we got pretty much all the essential items early. Just went through in one run. Oh, just above the 4-hour mark. So yeah, sadly, outside the time, but it was close. It was really close. If I hadn't mucked up a couple of things, I could have got a bit closer. And there we are. I'm still sad about that 23, but oh well. It was a good enough job. We got there. We did plenty, and it's been a pretty nice test. I at least got close, but I know I can improve on the time. For the main run anyway, so... Unless I get an absolute dream seed that I don't have to go out of my way... Like, if I practiced some of these seeds, I might be able to make it. We'll see what happens. But anyway... Maybe next time I'll do a seed that I should learn, get the pathing down pat, and then we'll be good to go. But... As always, thank you very much for joining me on this unusual but hopefully fun project. Until next time, this is Red 2 returning to base.